Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Raps Baseball's live commentary of the Nippon Professional Baseball League. The commentary and views are our opinions and are not affiliated with the NPB, Pacific League, Central League, or their sponsors. We are giving live English. Can enjoy the games on YouTube. Ante Marines and the Orix Buffaloes. We're excited to call this game as the star right-hander for Chiba, Roki Sasaki, is going to be taking the hill, looking to extend his scoreless inning streaks that he has had here, as he's had a perfect game, and not just scoreless, also no hit and perfect inning streaks. So we're looking forward to making the call on this one tonight, as he is taking to the mound for the Chiba Lotte Marines. Going for the opponents for the Orix Buffaloes, it is going to be Sachiro Yamazaki, and he is going to be in tough today as the youngster is facing one of the best in the game. And so we'll begin by giving you the starting lineup. First from the visitors from Chiba. Leading off and playing in left field, wearing number 3079 is Leonis Martin. Doing the designated hitting, wearing number 54 is Brandon Laird. Batting sixth and playing first base, wearing number 51 is Koki Yamaguchi. Batting seventh at third base, wearing number 13 is Taiga Hirasawa. Batting eighth and doing the catch, wearing number 2 is Ryushi Sachiro Yamazaki. He's 0-1 on the season. He's appeared in 13 innings. He's allowed 14 hits, 11 runs, all of which have been earned. He's walked 6 and struck out 7, pitching to a tune of a 7.62 earned run average. And now the starting lineup for the home team, the Orix Buffaloes, who are heading out into the field tonight in their white uniform with the black pinstripes. Leading off and playing in center field, wearing number 1 is Shuhei Fukuda. Batting second and doing the designated hitting, wearing number 5 is Masahiro Nishino. Batting third and playing shortstop, wearing number 24 is Kataro Kobayashi. In the cleanup spot in left field, wearing number 7 is Masataka Yoshida. Batting fifth and playing third base tonight, wearing number 6 is Yuma Mune. Batting sixth and doing the catching, wearing number 49 is Yuma Tongu. Batting seventh at first base, wearing number 99 is Yataro Sugimoto. Batting eighth and in right field, wearing number 38 is Ryoto Kida. And batting ninth and playing second base, wearing number 3 is the star right-hander for Chiba. It is Roki Sasaki. He takes to the mound with a 2-0 record. Hits 2 walks in those 31 innings and has struck out 56. He's got an ERA of 1.16. And so with that said, everybody, we're glad everybody could be here with us tonight, whether you're going to be listening live or on delay. We're here with the call for you. We'll be back in 30 seconds with the call. At the top of the first inning, we're glad you could be here, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. We have a number of people that are in the chat, and the only thing I'm going to ask is if we are experiencing some delays, please let us know. We had a challenge a couple weeks ago when we did do the perfect game. Fortunately, we did stay with it. If we have any technical difficulties or any challenges, please let us know in the chat. Our end a little crazier than that, please be sure to let us know. So the starter, Yamazaki, has completed his warm-up tosses. We're ready to get this one underway. is going to be Akita Takabe, Koshiro Wada, and Shogo Nakamura to get things going for the Marines here on the top of the first inning. For Takabe on the season, he's hitting .259. He's got no homers and 4 runs batted in. And here's the first pitch of the ball game. It's a fastball that misses in. For Takabe, he's batting from the left side against the right-handed throwing Yamazaki. He holds his hands up high, and here's the fastball swung on. It's grounded up the middle. Ranging to his left is the shortstop Kiribayashi. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Takabe on a ground out 6-3 to begin the ball game. 1 up and 1 away for Chiba, and that's going to bring up the center fielder Koshiro Wada. For Wada on the season, he's appeared in 13 games. However, this is his first start of the season. He's only had 1 at bat. He has no batting average. There's nothing across the formidable slash line in terms of home runs or RBIs, but he does have 3 stolen bases. He runs very well as he's, of course, used as a pinch runner regularly, and he fouls off the first pitch he sees, reaches the netting behind third base, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Zaki doesn't waste any time, and he goes back to work, and he delivers a fastball that swung on and fouled away, and the count's to Wada. Yamazaki gets the sign from his catcher Tongu. He's ready to go back to work, and there's a breaking ball swung on. It's tapped back to the pitcher. They have to hurry, and they throw to first, and the umpire has said he's out, but right away Wada and the first base umpire have raised, or the first base coach have raised their hands. They're wanting to go up and to have this one reviewed. And based on our first impressions, Yamazaki way too slow to get off the mound to field it. Wada really putting pressure down the line. The manager, Iguchi, is also signaled for the video review, and I have a deep suspicion, or at least full confidence here, that they are going to have this call overturned. And as I get to see it, it's not even close. Wada, with that speed down the line, easily beats it out. It's going to be an infield single, but we will get the official call here in just a moment, as we can see that he's not only on the base, but he's through the bag. I'm going to even put it in our scorebook as a base hit. And Wada will be aboard once the officials come back from the replay. So Wada is aboard at first, but we'll wait that confirmation to make sure we may have a different angle, but certainly all the angles we see, Wada is there in well enough time. That is not going to be overturned, in our opinion. And here comes the umpires, and they make the call, and of course it is overturned, and he is safe at first base. So now they've got a runner at first, and that will bring Shogo Nakamura to the plate. Shogo Nakamura getting the nod again at second base tonight. He is the captain of the Marines. He's hitting .237 on the season. He's got no homers and 4 RBIs. We pointed it out early in the season that there is a power outage in the Pacific League this year, and that would still hold true. There's only 5 home runs in the lineup tonight for the Marines. And the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-1 to Nakamura. Nakamura batting from the right side against the right-hander Yamazaki. He's dug in. The right-hander holds tall. He kicks and fires. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 1-1. One would think that with Wada that he'd be off to the races here. You can see the manager Iguchi in the dugout's got the ball hits the catcher's mitt. Most pitchers want to be working under 1.3 seconds. He's fairly quick, as there's a fastball that catches the outside corner, runs the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Nakamura. This is an earlier start, as most of the games tonight are going to be underway in less than an hour's time. Yamazaki leads in. He gets the sign from his catcher, Tongu, and he's ready to go back to work. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Nakamura. He kicks and fires. It's a breaking ball that misses down. Off to the races goes Wada. The throw down to second is a good one, but it's not in time. Wada has himself a stolen base. It was a good pitch to run on. They threw a off-speed pitch, a breaking ball, on the 1-2 pitch, and that was a very good pitch to run on. Wada had a decent jump, and he's able to get his 4th stolen base of the season. That runs the count now to 2-2 to Nakamura. So now they have a runner in scoring position early here, does Chiba. They too are also in pinstripes tonight. They're wearing the white pants and the black tops with the white pinstripes on the jerseys. I don't think this one's going to be reviewed, or is it going to be looked at? We're getting the replay here. Now we're going to take a look to see if they're going to go upstairs and have a look at this one. The throw from the catcher was a throw that bounced about maybe 15 feet in front of the base. It landed onto the first base side, or the right field side of the base. And as they applied the tag, old school officials would have called him safe because the tag was considered a high tag. It was between the knee and the hip. But as we look at the replay, there may have some argument here, so they are going to review on this one. And right away, we've played all about 5 minutes of baseball, and we've had to go to the review twice. Boxing and Bulldogs says we're cutting in and out a lot. If that is the case, then maybe what we're going to have to do is we're just going to have to do a complete reboot here. And if that is the case, then we'll do that in between innings. And after review is a safe call at second base, and Wada, that stolen base is going to be upheld. And so that is going to keep the count at 2-2 to Nakamura, and they have a runner at second base. Apologies to everybody if we are cutting in and out. We're glad that you guys could be with us here tonight and listening in, but we will do that reboot. It may take us a couple of minutes to have to make the adjustment. So here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside. And the count is now 3-2 to Nakamura. So 3-2. Hobbyist jumps in and says hello. And we welcome you as well. So 3-2. And here comes the delivery from Yamazaki. It's a breaking ball swung on. It's tapped over to third. It's fielded by Mune. He fires across the diamond out, and the runner goes over to third, Wada, and he slides in safely. The way that Mune was playing it, it looked like the ball was going to go foul. And as he fielded the ball and goes across the diamond, he makes the play 5-3. But right away, we've had 3 plays. We've had 3 situations where we've had to go to replay. And I don't know if this one is going to be a reviewable play or not. But the umpire was really slow to make the call. And he did point it out as a fair one. So our friend Boxing and Bulldog says it seems to settle down. Just keep me posted on this because we will have to make an adjustment. But it sure looked like it was a foul ball the way that Mooney had fielded it. Comes across the diamond, and then Sugimoto has to throw the ball back across, and Wada slides into third safely. And so that is how it's going to stand, but we're going to take a look here again. Yep, that's going to go down as a ground out 5-3. Martin with 2 away. So Martin steps up to the plate. He bats from the left side against the right-handed throwing Yamazaki. Here's the first pitch. It is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0. Hobbyist says, how is the stream on Twitch tonight? I don't know. We're dual streaming through StreamYard, so that's a good question. If it's probably at our end here. We had some challenges in one of our ball games that we were doing the other day, or a couple of weeks ago, and there's a fastball swung on it. It's popped up into shallow left field. Coming in on it is the left fielder Yoshida, and he makes the catch, and that is going to do it. And that is going to retire the side here for Chiba in their half of the first inning. There was no runs. There was 1 hit. There were no errors and 1 runner left aboard. We're through a half inning. It is the Chiba Lotte Marines, nothing. The Orix Buffaloes coming to bat. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments. We'll see how this is going to play out for us. And if not, as I said, in the end of this inning, we may have to do a full reboot if you guys are still friend. Steve Rademacher.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Back, everybody. I'm going to do a full reboot after this inning. I'm going to go through Roki Suzuki's bottom of the first, and then we'll do a quick full reboot. And so be sure to stay with us. I don't know if the hobbyist is here. I see he says, nope, not better on Twitch. Boxing and Bulldog says, let's go, Suzuki, keep it up. This is big-time performances that we're going to see here. He is going to be facing Shuhei Fukuda, Masahiro Nishino, and Kotaro Kobayashi. Those are the three players tonight that Orix are going to be starting at the top of their order. So, as I say, make sure you stay with us. We'll do a full reboot at the end of this inning if the clarity here hasn't gotten any better. So, Suzuki is just completing his warm-up tosses and we're ready to get this one underway. And there's a first pitch fastball to Fukuda. It's swung on. It's grounded through the right side into right field. And just like that, the no-hit streak is over. And even though they're on the road, the opposing fans in Osaka are giving Suzuki a large round of ovation as his no-hit innings have come to an end. On the first pitch of the ball game, it's a base hit by Shuhei Fukuda, and he is aboard with a base hit single. So Fukuda is the runner at first, and that's going to bring up Masahiro Nishino. Nishino on the season is hitting .357. He's got no homers and no RBIs. Nishino gets the nod as the designated hitter today. And so that chance is over. He's only had 16 plate appearances, and he takes a first pitch fastball outside for ball one. And then the count is 1-0. There's a number of players in both lineups tonight that are not what I would consider regulars. It is where sometimes the players or the regulars may not get the action. They might get the day off. There's a fastball that swung on and fouled away. That's going to run the count to 1-1. Especially, they might get a couple of days off with the Monday being the traditional day off. Our friend Boxing and Bulldog says, I'm a jinx. Sheesh, he says. So that's the way it goes sometimes, but maybe not. We're glad you're with us here tonight. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. There's a fastball swung on it. It's going to be lifted into the seats. That's going to get into the seats over on the third base side. And that's going to keep the count at 1-2 strikes. Nishino will be followed by Kotaro Kobayashi. Waits his turn on deck. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fukuda, the runner at first. Suzuki in an unfamiliar position pitching from that stretch with the runners on base. And he steps off and fakes a throw over to first. And getting back easily is the base runner, Fukuda. It's a very large crowd at the Osaka Dome. Of course, they're all out to see the big star right-hander here for the Chiba Lotte Marines. And there's a breaking ball swung on it, is lifted into shallow center field. Backing up on it is the shortstop, and he is going to make the catch. And the shortstop tonight is Ryusi Ogawa. I had to do a double check tonight on that one, why both Fukuda nor Hechavarria were getting the nod. And so he is getting the start tonight. And that'll bring up the shortstop for the Orix Buffaloes, Kotaro Kobayashi. For Kobayashi, On the season, he's only hitting .203. He's got no homers and 4 runs batted in. And here comes the first offering from Sasaki. He kicks and he fires. It's a fastball taken for a call. Kobayashi waits on the offering from Sasaki. He's ready to go. Here comes the pitch. And it's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. The one thing that I would say in watching Roki Sasaki, who is a master beyond his years, only at 20 years old, is that he really has the command of his pitches. He's got a very good split finger, very overpowering fastball. He's got a decent breaking ball. If I had to say that there was one criticism, he should probably be considering working on a changeup or a better changeup. And there's a split finger pitch that is lifted foul into the seats, and the count remains at 0-2. If he could develop another pitch, and that would be a 4th pitch, it would be absolutely electric. But the power arm of the right-hander, he can bring it up to 100 miles an hour quite regular. And here comes the 0-2 pitch. Sasaki holds, he kicks and fires. There's a fastball swung on. It is chopped over toward first base. It is fielded by the first baseman. They flip it to Sasaki covering. It is not in time. It was a very difficult play. Kobayashi, we've played here. We've had 6 batters come to the plate, and we've seen absolutely 4 oddball plays to begin this game, 2 of which gone to replay. So that ball was chopped. It got over the head of Sasaki. He does the right decision. He goes over toward first base, but he's unable to get to the base in time because his route to the bag was a bit of a challenge. It was the flip from the first baseman, Yamaguchi. And Yamaguchi, his flip was a little bit behind, and he had to reach back to get it. And as he reached back to get it, he was looking to tag the base, but Kobayashi beat him to the base instead, and that's going to bring up Masataka Yoshida. So runners at first and second. Masataka Yoshida steps in to face the power arm of Roki Sasaki, and he takes a fastball for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. Masataka Yoshida on the season is batting at .253. He's got 1 homer and 14 runs batted in. And here comes the offering from the young right-hander. He kicks and fires. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Just a kind reminder, we are going to do a full reboot at the end of this half inning. It may take us a little bit, so please stay with us, everybody. And hopefully that'll clear up any technical issues that we will have. So here comes the 0-2 pitch, and it's a fastball swung on. It is a throw to the plate. A fantastic throw by the left fielder, Takabe. Ends up getting through. They cut down the base runner, Fukuda, trying to score from second. What a fantastic play here by the left fielder. And that is going to retire Fukuda for the second out of the inning. But what an electric game to begin so far. It's like a heavyweight match. Both teams have come out throwing punches. The throw was on a 1-hop right to the plate. The catcher, Matsukawa, reaches to the foul line side to make the tag. And the runner, Fukuda, is out at the plate for out number 2. It's going to be in the books as a 7-2 putout. And that is going to bring up the third baseman, Yuma Mune. Good job by it kept the runner at second base. There's the first pitch fastball delivered to Mune. It's swung on and fouled away, and the count is quickly 0-1. For Yuma Mune, he's batting .178 on the season. He's got no homers and 3 RBIs. So here comes the 0-1 pitch to Mune. Sasaki checks the runner at second, Kobayashi. He holds at the chest. Now he kicks and fires. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Fantastic first inning of baseball here. 2 replays. They throw it at the plate. Bang, bang play at first base. So here comes the 1-1 pitch to Mune. Sasaki holds at the chest. He kicks and he fires. It's a fastball swung on. It is popped up. It's on the right side of the infield, foul territory, and that is going to do it. And we are going to make a race here to reboot. We had no runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. Stick with us, everybody. We're going to do a reboot, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes as we want to bring this one to you live. Hang on, everybody. We'll be back in just a few.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city, San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
All right, everybody, welcome back. If you can hear me, please let me know. We are in the top of the second inning. We had to do a full-on reboot here. There's one strike to the Marines hitter, and that is going to be a Taiga Hirasawa. There is a runner at first, and there is one away. And so we'll pick up all the action for you as we can move along here. No balls and one strike to Hirasawa. And the pitch is a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-1. So we apologize for the technical glitches and technical delays. For those of you who have stuck with us, we do appreciate it. We are here in the top of the second inning. So Hirasawa at the plate, hitting from the left side, batting against the right-hander Yamazaki. And there is a breaking ball swung on and missed. And the count now goes to 1-2. I'll also try to catch back up on some of the other details as Laird had led off and Yamaguchi had batted second in the inning. So hopefully this technical difficulty has been able to be resolved. You guys will be here with us for the duration of this one. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Hirasawa. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats over on the third base side. And that keeps the count at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Hirasawa. It is a bit of a problem sometimes when we are running the stuff. Obviously, we hope that everything is running smoothly. We have had a couple of glitches, but for the most part, it's been fairly smooth. And here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is a breaking ball that misses up and in. The count goes to 2-2 to Hirasawa. So we do appreciate everybody's patience, and for those of you who stuck with us, we hope you can enjoy the rest of the ball game with us tonight as well. So here comes the pitch. It is a fastball delivered, and it is swung on. It's lifted into left field. It's going to reach the seats behind the temporary seating. Hits the netting and then kicks back onto the field, and it keeps the count now at 2-2 to Hirasawa. They're in the 7th spot in the batting order are Chiba. As we said, a very exciting first inning. The first batter of the game for Orix, Fukuda, ended up getting the base hit. He got thrown out at the plate. There were 2 reviews in the top of the first on back-to-back plays. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to reach the seats over on the third base side, and the count remains 2-2 to Hirasawa. 30 pitches already for the young right-hander for Orix. He has been throwing strikes. He's thrown 17 strikes and 13 balls, but probably not going to be around very long in this one. There's a fastball again swung on and again fouled away. And the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Something that we talked about in previous weeks, we said about the home run issue in the Pacific League. We have to tally up the total number of games entering into tonight's play. There's only been 70 home runs hit by Pacific League teams thus far to this point this season. There's a fastball swung on, and it's again going to reach the seats. It keeps the count at 2-2 to Taiga Hirasawa. This is going to be pitch number 10 coming up of this at bat. But when we were doing the quick math, there's been approximately 61 games that have been played across the Pacific League, and only having 70 home runs, that's about 1.2 home runs per game. And last year it is significantly down, and here's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left field. Moving back onto the warning track is the left fielder, Yoshida. He makes the catch, and that is going to retire Hirasawa for the second out here in the inning. And that's going to leave it all up to Ko Matsukawa. But last season in 429 games, there were 689 home runs. And that worked out to about 1.7 home runs per game. So they're down about 0.6 home runs per ball game right now. And it is picking up a little bit, but it's still significantly down from last season. On the other side, the Central League is definitely not having a power outage unless you play for the Carp. Carp have only hit 7 home runs this year. So here comes the first pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Ko Matsukawa. Matsukawa on the season is batting .152. He's got no homers and 4 runs batted in. He bats from the right side against the right-hander Yamazaki, who holds at the belt. He kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count runs even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. So please let us know if there are any issues in this one, as we have done that full reboot. So hopefully everybody's got the sound in place. And there's the pitch from Yamazaki. It's a fastball that misses up and in, and the count now is 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. We do apologize for the early technical delay on this one. So here comes the 2-1 pitch. Kicks and fires. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Matsukawa will be followed by the shortstop Ogawa should he reach base safely. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Yamazaki nods. He checks his runner at first, and he delivers. There's a fastball that misses outside. And that is going to put Matsukawa over to first base with a base on balls, and that's going to bring up Ryushi Ogawa. Ogawa on the season is batting .333. He's got limited at-bats. Ogawa getting the nod tonight. As we said, the shortstop is usually Yudai Fujioka or possibly Edney Hechavarria, and neither are in the lineup. He's 2 for 6 on the young season. He's in his 2nd season with the Chiba Lotte Marines. He bats from the left side against the right-hander Yamazaki, and Yamazaki kicks and fires. There's a fastball swung on. It's tapped slowly up the line at first base. Yamazaki fields it, and he throws it by the first baseman. A nice play by the second baseman backing up the play. That would have been Ryo Adachi, who was in a good spot. That was a play that needed to be made. It's going to definitely go as an E1 to the pitcher. The first baseman, Sugimoto, got to the bag, and then the ball was thrown on the infield side. Adachi backs up the play nicely, but that is going to now load the bases with 2 away, and that is going to bring up the top of the order. But it's also going to bring the pitching coach out of the dugout for the Orix Buffaloes. If you get a chance to watch it, just the way that Yamazaki fielded it, and then he absolutely spiked the ball into the ground. For those of you who remember North American sports, Garo Yepremian of the, I believe it was the Miami Dolphins in the Super Bowl against the Washington Redskins, was a famous kicker. And what had happened was Yepremian ended up making this play where he sort of threw the ball and it got intercepted and it got taken to the house by the Redskins. Well, that's kind of how it looked here with this pitcher, Yamazaki. And there's a breaking ball that misses down. And the count is quickly 1-0 to Takabe. So all he has to do is just step throw, make a decent throw, and he flubbed it right into the ground. So Takabe tonight is 0 for 1. He grounded to the shortstop his first time up. He bats here with the bases loaded and 2 away in the 2nd inning. Right-hander Yamazaki gets his sign from his catcher Tongu, and he's ready to go back to work. He kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-0. There's nowhere to put Takabe. He's got to give him something good to hit here, as it is 2 balls and no strikes. Our friend the hobbyist says the sound is back and it is good there, and we're glad that we could have that with you. We appreciate that, Chris, and your support. There's a fastball swung on. This is fouled away, and the count now goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. There's nothing worse than having the feed go crazy, and then you lose some of that stuff, and then, of course, we lose everything else. It was a huge game tonight. Obviously, with the no-hit and the perfect game streak that Sasaki had in place, So here comes the 2-1 pitch from Yamazaki. It's a fastball swung on and is lifted into the seats well beyond the third base dugout. And that's going to keep the count now, or run the count now to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Definite frustration from our end, as much as it is from those who probably popped in to listen. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Takabe waiting on the offering from the right-hander Yamazaki. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on as grounded foul just past the third base bag, and that's going to keep the count at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Takabe. The right-hander Yamazaki ready to go back to work. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down. A good block by the catcher Tongu, who keeps the ball in front and doesn't allow the base runners to move along. Tongu's got a interesting catcher's chest protector. You see different ones in different makes from around, and it is kind of two-tone, but just the way it sits on him a little bit is a little different than what we would maybe see in North America. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the pitch from Yamazaki. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on, his line over the head of the shortstop into left field. Fielding it on one hop is Yoshida. The throw comes into third, and that is going to score 2 runs. Brandon Laird is going to cross the plate, and so is Matsukawa all the way from second. It's a 2-run RBI single by Takabe. And the Chiba Lotte Marines are now up 2-0 here in their half of the second inning. Even though we appreciate Roki Sasaki on the mound, this pitching matchup was not necessarily the one that we had circled on our calendar, other than the fact that Roki Sasaki would be on the hill. Yamazaki has not been sharp here. He's got himself into trouble, and he's still not out of the woods yet. There's runners on first and second. And Koshiro Wada, who singled his first time up, comes up to the plate. He takes a breaking ball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Wada, in the first inning, he got a base hit single, and he also stole a base. That hit is his first hit in his first registered at bat of the season. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 1-1. As we mentioned before, Wada had appeared in 13 games this year. He only had 1 other plate appearance. He has no batting average entering the game, but he now has 4 stolen bases to his name. So he's at the plate with runners on first and second and 2 away. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Yamazaki checks the runner at second. He kicks and fires. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count is 1-2. We'll also update our ticker at the end of this half inning, as the score is 2-0, and we still have it showing in the top of the first. Of course, our damage was done because we had to do that complete reboot. So 1 ball and 2 strikes is the count here on Wada. Yamazaki gets his sign. He's ready to throw his 50th pitch of the ball game here in the second inning. He kicks and he fires. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. It was right off the catcher Tongu, who needs a moment to catch his breath. That pitch there, the way he caught it was right off the top of the thigh. This is something that has really bugged me, as the catcher is catching on one knee. There's no protection, absolutely nothing between the knee and the hip. And that ball was fouled away and hit him right in the thigh. It's probably going to be a problem as the game progresses if he got him in the right spot. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is grounded up the middle. It's past the diving second baseman into center field. That's going to get another run in, as Ogawa has crossed the plate And the Marines are now up 3-0 here in their half of the second inning. That's an RBI single for Wada. That's his second hit of the game. And that is more trouble for the home team for the Orix Buffaloes, as they got to find a way to stop the bleeding. Ryodachi really made a good effort as he dove to his right, but he couldn't stop that one. And that is going to bring up the second baseman, Shogo Nakamura. For Nakamura on the evening, he is 0 for 1. He grounded to third his first time up. So the runners are now on the corners, with the score now at 3-0 for the Chiba Lotte Marines. So Shogo Nakamura steps in. He's waiting on the first offering from Yamazaki. There's probably a fight near the bat rack right now, as the Chiba Lotte Marines are battling to get the bats because they can't wait to get up to face this right-hander. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Either that or their track spikes were on racing to get to the plate, hungry to face this type of pitching. So here comes the 1-0. And throws over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner, Wada. A little surprised that they wouldn't have had Wada in motion straight away. He does run very well. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. He kicks and he fires. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Nakamura waiting on the offering from Yamazaki. He waggles the bat, and here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Nakamura. The catcher, Tagu, steps out in front, and he's flashing a few signs to his defense for first and third. Our friend the hobbyist says he's going to try to get a commercial to us. It'd be fantastic if you can. Hopefully, Chris, we can do it for you. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. Yamazaki holds at the belt, and he fires over to first base instead. And that ball is in the dirt. It's a good stop by the first baseman, Sugimoto. As we said, we've seen some crazy things so far in this early part of the ball game. 2 replays in the top of the first. The thrown out base runner in the bottom of the first at home plate. And then there were a couple of other issues, certainly the play at first base, the fielding by the pitcher as he threw the ball into shallow right field. There's a fastball that swung on and missed. And Nakamura has gone on strikes for out number 3. And that's going to do it here in the third inning for the Chiba Lotte Marines. They scored 3 runs in the inning. We'll have to update you on the hits. We had 1 error, and there were 2 runners left on base. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the bottom of the second inning. We're glad you guys could check in with us. Here is our friend Steve Rademacher. For those of you who are new to our channel, be sure to check out Steve. He's a supporter of ours, and in turn, we like to support him. This is Steve Rademacher for all your entertainment needs.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to get this bottom of the second inning underway, and the first pitch from Roki Sasaki to Yuma Tongo is taken for a fastball for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Tongo, who's getting the nod tonight as the catcher, is batting .261 on the season. He's got no homers and 1 RBI. And he takes a split-figure pitch down and away, and the count is 1-1. Tongo has been very busy behind the dish as he has been involved in a couple of the plays, including the throw down the second base that almost nailed the base runner Koshihiro Wada. And there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-1. On top of that, he has had a few foul balls off of him. He took one last inning off the top of the left thigh. So he has been a part of some of the crazy things that have happened in this game so far. So here comes the 2-1 pitch. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted foul. It'll reach the seats behind the first base dugout. The count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tongo. Tongo will be followed by Itaro Sugimoto and Ryota Akita here in the bottom half of the second inning for Orix. So here comes the 2-2 pitch from Sasaki. He kicks and he fires. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count remains at 2-2. None of the outs in the first inning were via the strikeout, which is something that Sasaki has been able to really mount so far this year. We mentioned at the top of the stream that in 31 innings, he has 56 strikeouts. And so far tonight, they are right on his fastball. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that is swung on and fouled away. And that keeps the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So we'll say this, that the Buffaloes have come out and they've really attacked here. They've been on time with the pitch, or on time with the pitches that have been delivered by Sasaki. And we know it's only been a couple of weeks that he's seen this team last. There's a fastball that misses outside, and Sasaki is not happy with that call as he walks off of the mound. He's absolutely disgusted with that one. But by the looks of the replay, I can understand why the call was there. It looked like it was well off of the plate. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. He kicks and fires. It's a split finger down. It is grounded softly over to second. It's fielded neatly by Nakamura. He throws to first. And Tongo is going to be retired on a 4-3 ground out to start the second inning. It's going to bring up the first baseman, Yataro Sugimoto. For Sugimoto on the season, he's having a very, very slow start. He was up in the batting order, hitting in the cleanup spot for most of the early part of the season. But he has drifted right down here into the 7th spot. He's batting 107 on the season. He's got a homer and 5 RBIs, and he takes a first pitch breaking ball over for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. He's coming off a fine campaign where last year he batted over 300. He had 32 homers and knocked in 83 runs. And there is a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, and the count is now 0-2. And it makes you kind of wonder where his head is at. He's been with the Buffaloes since 2016. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. And there is a split finger pitch that misses down and away, and the count is 1-2. And last season, one would think after coming off his best year, and for that matter, even since 2019, progressively every year, getting a little bit better, receiving more playing time. He also played some right field last year for the Buffaloes in their championship season. And there's a fastball swung on. It's driven into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and Sugimoto is aboard with a 1-out single here in the second. But sometimes you look at hitters and you just look the way that Sugimoto stands at the plate. He doesn't have the swagger and the confidence that we were witnessing last season. So sometimes you have to ask yourself if you got to change up a routine, if you got to make some things a little bit different. He's certainly not a young player. He's going to be He just turned 31 years old earlier in the month. But that is the base runner Sugimoto, who is now on first. That's going to bring up Ryota Kita. For Kita on the season, he's hitting 167. He's got no homers and no runs batted in. Big Ray is in the house. And the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. We appreciate you being here, Big Ray. We had some technical difficulties early on the mound. There's a fastball that swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 0-2. So no balls is 2 strikes to Kita. Lots of hits already in this one. As already the Chiba Lotte Marines have 3 hits and 4 hits already for the Buffaloes. There's a fastball swung on, it's lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats behind the first base side, and that is going to keep the count at 0-2. So if you would have asked me earlier in this one here, I would have thought the hits would have been coming for the Chiba team, but I thought they would have been at a premium for Orix, but Orix is right on Sasaki tonight. So no balls and 2 strikes to Kita. Sasaki holds at the chest, and he kicks and fires. There is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. That is the first strikeout of the ball game for the young right-hander, as Kita goes into the books, and that's going to bring up the second baseman, Ryoichi Adachi. For Adachi on the season, he's hitting .318. He's got no homers and 4 runs batted in. Adachi is getting the nod at second base tonight. He was a regular. He's been a regular in the Orix lineup. He had 382 plate appearances last year, 321 at bats. He's down a little bit this year. Takes a first pitch fastball on the outside corner, and the count is 0-1. He is 8 for 23, with no homers in those 4 RBIs and 1 stolen base. He's basically a part-time player right now for the Buffaloes, and here comes the 0-1. There's a fastball that swung through and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Ryo Adachi. Adachi batting from the right side against the right-hander Sasaki, and he's ready for the offering from the right-hander, who kicks and fires. There's a fastball that's taken outside. Off goes the runner, Sugimoto. He slides into second, and he is slid in there safely, but we're going to take a look to see if they're going to want to have a review on this one. As the fastball came in, the throw went down. It was a good jump by the base runner. The throw was high, but no, there was no tag, as Sugimoto has stolen a base. You don't see that every day. The big fella got a really good jump and was able to slide in, and now we have a conference on the mound. But Iguchi has come out, and I don't know if they're going to have a look at this or not. I don't know what he came out to talk to the home plate umpire about. Sasaki's nodding his head, and the conference on the mound is over. The umpires get together. So sometimes you don't always get the information delivered as far as what they have communicated to one another. Big Ray says, welcome back, I guess. Here we go. Here's the first pitch. It's a fastball swung on. It's grounded. Adachi grounds it over to short. It is fielded neatly by Ogawa, and that is grounded out 6-3 for out number 3 here in the second inning. The Orix Buffaloes get no runs. They got 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 2 complete. It is Chiba 3, Orix nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a minute with the call of the top of the third inning. We're glad you are with us. You're going to be listening live or on delay. We're glad you are here. Hang tight, everybody. Here's our friend Dave.
Hey everybody, thanks for checking out the game. and Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave, Zero Thought Sports Cards. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the third inning, and as I mentioned, it was pretty crazy stuff. And we were watching here, and I say pretty crazy stuff because we had some challenges and some issues. I'm just watching what's going on here. The home plate umpire in the last inning took some exception to something that Roki Sasaki was doing, and he made a line right out to the mound, and the catcher for the Chiba Lotte Marines, Ko Matsakawa, was going out with them, and he had to get in between them as the young pitcher was walking away. And, of course, then Taniguchi had to come out, and he was talking to the home plate umpire. So I don't know what all the exchanges were all about, but Sasaki was definitely not happy with some of the calls that he was receiving in the last inning. And there is a first pitch delivered to the leadoff hitter here, which is Leonis Martin. It'll be Leonis Martin, Brandon Laird, and Koki Yamaguchi to face the right-hander Sachiro Yamazaki, and he took a first pitch fastball for a called strike. So craziness all around tonight. So here comes the 0-1 pitch. There's a fastball that swung on it, is lifted into shallow center field. Coming underneath it is the center fielder Fukuda. He makes the catch, and that is going to retire Leonis Martin for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that will bring up Brandon Laird. We got Alexander Leggett in the house. We welcome you, Alex. We appreciate you checking in. So the frustration for us, I know Big Ray's in here, and our friend the Hobbyist is listening in. So in the first inning, a game got off to a cracking start. Shuhei Fukuda reached base on a single, and I was in the bottom half, and here comes back to the live action. I'll tell you the story in just a moment here. There was a ground ball that Laird hit to third. Yuma Mune picked it up, and on one pitch, Laird is retired on a ground out, 5-3 for out number 2, and that's going to bring up Koki Yamaguchi. So what happened was the Chiba started off in the first inning. Akito Takabe grounded out 6-3, and right away there was a replay on the play to see if he had beat it out or if he hadn't. And so the first play of the game went to replay. And there's a first pitch split finger that misses down to Yamaguchi, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Yamazaki goes back to work. He delivers a fastball, and this is popped up into the infield here on the left side. It's going to be cut by the shortstop Kirbayashi. We'll have to tell you that story when we come back, but that was one quick inning, and this is all over here for the Chiba Lotte Marines. There was only 5 pitches in the inning. They go quietly. There were no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're through 2.5. It is the Chiba Lotte Marines 3, the Orix Buffaloes nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with the call of the bottom of the third inning. We got our friend Living Room in the house. There's nothing like anything better than the living room. Unless, of course, you like doing it in the bathroom. So sometimes that helps. So welcome, Living Room. We are glad you're with us tonight. Hang around, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. That's our friend Matt Hollis, and we appreciate him and what he does. So we're just talking a little bit about what had happened, how this game got going and underway. The Chiba Lotte Marines, there were 2 replays in the first inning. The first replay was of Kido Takabe, a ground out 6-3, and that was upheld. And then, of course, we saw Kashiro Wada, the second batter, come up and he beat out a single, but then there was a replay at second base, as there was whether they thought he had stolen the base or not. And as we come back to the live action, the first pitch from Oroki Sasaki to Shuhei Fukuda is fouled away for 0-1. And then, of course, we had 2 of those plays, bang, bang. And then in the bottom of the first inning, Orix had this fella, Shuhei Fukuda, thrown out at the plate. It was a bang, bang play from the left fielder, Kido Takabe, came up and fired out Fukuda at the dish. And so the game got off to a cracking start. And of course, that was where we said we were going to do our reboot with our internet because we were having some problems. There's a fastball that misses inside. And the count now is 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Fukuda. But it looks like that he is going to be awarded the base. We're going to take a look at this one. We're going to have a peek at this one. They say that it has hit Fukuda and that he's going to get the base. And it does look like the umpires got that one right. The Marines went to have a look at that one, and it just caught the jersey as the player was jumping backward. That is going to be a hit by pitch. If you're going to get hit by pitch from Oroki Sasaki, that would be the one you want to get hit by, because that pitch there barely grazed him. But he is going to get the base because it did hit his jersey, and that brings up Masahiro Nishino. Nishino tonight is 0 for 1, and he squares the bunt, and he takes a fastball upstairs, and the count is 1-0. Nishino popped to the shortstop his first time up. He bats from the left side against the right-handed and hard-throwing Oroki Sasaki. Big Ray says, yeah, we're dropping the bathroom jokes. We might as well do that too. Absolutely. For those of you who are listening on delay or sometimes have the chat replay set up, we do have the chat that will run. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count is 1-1 to Nishino. So as we said, it was a little bit of a disappointment for us, the way that the game was unfolding. And then, of course, the technical challenges we had at this end. So I think we've got it sorted out, where everything is smooth. So 1 ball and 1 strike. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. Sasaki kicks and fires, and it swung on and fouled away. It's going to run the count to 1-2. Our friend Living Room says his hot takes are not very good. Hobbyist says he's been editing since 9 a.m. this morning. All right. Well, we appreciate you stopping in here, Chris, and thanks for being around. Get yourself some sleep, and we'll catch you later on. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Nishino, and the pitcher Sasaki steps off the mound and fakes the throw over to first base. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Nishino. Sasaki holds at the chest. He kicks and fires. It is a breaking ball swung on. It's grounded over to short, over to second for 1, back to first. That is a double play. It's going to go down as a 6-4-3 double play. It's going to erase Fukuda at second for the first out. Nishino is erased at first. That is going to leave it all up to the shortstop, Katara Kobayashi. For Kobayashi on the evening, he is 1 for 1. He singled his first time up, but he was stranded at second base. And here comes the first pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So the gamesmanship between Sasaki and the home plate umpire continue, as that pitch there was not going to be called. He's definitely been squeezing the right-hander. And there's a fastball that swung on and fouled away, and the count now goes to 1-1. Alexander Leggett says, I don't know what sleeping time is anymore. I used to fall asleep at noon, and now that's when he wakes up. Makes it hard to watch the NPB. Yeah, it's definitely when you change work, as Alexander was working some midnights, you definitely have some different time patterns. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, and the count goes to 1-2. So it is the same thing with us. We're going to have to do some flip arounds when we start calling the interleague games. So 1 ball and 2 strikes, and here's the pitch. It is a split finger pitch that is swung on and fouled away. Just gets off the glove of the catcher Matsukawa. That is going to keep the count at 1-2 as Kobayashi stays alive. Big Ray, we appreciate you. And Chris says he hasn't worked the third shift in a long time. There's a split finger pitch that is swung on and missed. And that is going to be the second strikeout of the ball game for Sasaki. And that will retire the Buffaloes. They'll be retired in order, but not conventionally. There was no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are now through 3 complete innings. It is the Chiba Lotte Marines 3, the Orix Buffaloes nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments with the call at the top of the 4th inning, and who knows what else we're going to see tonight. The entertainment is just about to begin. Here is our friend Steve Rademacher. Speaking of entertainment, check out his channel after the game.
Hello, kids. Steve coming at you. It's Steve Rademacher. And if you like interesting stuff, if you like to laugh a little bit, and if you enjoy collecting, this channel's for you. If you like non-sport cards, we have them. You like pseudo-sport cards, we open them. Even if you like entire boxes of completely pointless stuff or other sports, we have everything here. I drop a different video every day. And there's always a theme to it, from No Filter Friday to Saturday morning cartoons, even Sunday shoutouts. Once in a while, we'll get a little froggy and show Money Money Monday, where I showcase a bunch of my currency. We have Legos, we have Star Wars, we have a good time. We even have my brother on Takeover Tuesday. Be there or be square. Back to Freddy.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the 4th inning. It is going to be Hirasawa, Matsukawa, and Ogawa here to face Yamazaki, the right-hander. He only threw 5 pitches in the last inning after throwing 37 in the inning before. And there's a first pitch fastball that misses outside, and the count is quickly 1-0. And so the question was asked is, what were you doing to work the midnight shift or the third shift? There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Used to work in the mining industry for about 6 years. And so here comes the 1-1 pitch. And there is a fastball that misses down and in that counts 2-1. And it seems like a distant memory ago, thank goodness, or a distant time ago. So 2 balls and 1 strike. There's a pitch. It is a fastball swung on and grounded foul. It's going to go past the bag at first base. And that runs the count to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So on that part, that is almost a distant lifetime. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count goes to 3-2. Certainly in the mining industry, there's a lot of good pay. But it's not exactly the easiest of work. And there's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into shallow right field. Coming over underneath it is the right fielder, Kita. He's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it as Hirasawa has flown out to right field for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the catcher, Ko Matsukawa. Hobbyist says his grandfather was a coal miner. He died of the black lung. And yeah, definitely that is the case. The salt mines are pretty clean for mining standard. There's a first pitch fastball that is swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Matsukawa. Matsukawa walked his first time up, and he also scored a run. And here's a fastball that is swung on and fouled away right off the catcher. The count goes to 0-2. The mining industry, it's fairly At least with the salt, it's fairly good. One of the other industries is the gypsum mining, where they get drywall. They get the stuff for the drywall. There's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-2. And they call that low back mining. Low back mining, the shafts are only about 48 inches tall, 4 feet. So people go in literally on their hands and knees to bring the stuff out. And there is a fastball that's swung on and it's fouled away. It's going to keep the count at 1-2. And in certain parts of the country, it's hard to get people to work. It's hard to get people to do that. And they pay them fairly well. But the only ones that they're able to get are the Native Americans or Native Canadians who will take those type of jobs, which is kind of crazy. And there's a fastball that's swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 1-2. So if you want to get the work done, you have to pay them, but you also have to expect that there is going to be some absenteeism. There's also, it's not an easy job for people to do, working on their hands and their knees. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. And there is a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2 to Matsukawa. I'm curious to see how long they're going to stay with Yamazaki. I'm surprised he's made it this far, but he has got the help of the Buffaloes the Marines in the last inning with that easy 5-pitch inning. There's a fastball swung on and it's fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Matsukawa. Alexander Leggett says, I'll probably end up there if they keep trying to pay me as they do at these hotels. Well, the hotel industry also is one of those ones, whether it be the hotel or casino industry, you can be a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. I have to confess, I did like the midnight shift, but it has to be consistent. And there is a fastball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 3-2. As soon as you have to start going to day shift to afternoons to midnights, that's not going to work. Just plays too much havoc with the body. But if you work steady midnights or you stay on a steady shift, it's a lot easier than that. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. Going into the motion, and Yamazaki delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It's grounded up the middle, and it's going to get by the glove of the shortstop, Kirby-Ashi. It's going to go into center field, and the catcher, Matsukawa, is aboard with a 1-out single here in the 4th inning. And that is going to bring up the shortstop, Ryusi Ogawa. Ogawa reached on the error by the pitcher back in the 2nd inning. And he later came around to score on the single by Kasuro Wada. So he's officially 0 for 1 today. The catcher Matsukawa, who's the base runner at first, gets his lead. One would think he's not a threat to run. Squaring to bunt is the batter Ogawa, but he pulls back as the pitch is down and in. The count's 1-0. Our friend in the living room is typing Miggy. He's fist pumping Miggy for sure. Miguel Cabrera picked up his 3,000th career hit today, and then he got a couple more, one in the night game and one in the earlier game. So I think he's at 3,002 now officially. There's a fastball that is taken upstairs. Again, Ogawa squaring to bunt, but again, has to draw it back, and the count's now 2-0. So now the catcher, Tongu, goes out to see his young right-hander. Has a couple of words with him, and we're ready to go back to work again. So Miguel Cabrera gets his 3,000th hit. We were talking about this earlier today, and I was saying that it may be a while until somebody else actually gets somebody else will actually be able to do the 3,000th hit. And there's a fastball that is bunted. It is popped up. Yamazaki comes off the mound. He slides. Sugimoto comes in. He makes the catch. They collide. And that is going to be the out. But both of the players are limping a little bit here. The trainer is going to come out. He's going to have to do some double duty. Sugimoto, who slid in, he nods. He says he's all right. Yamazaki says he's okay too. But that was a collision of 2 big men. That is going to be a pop out to the first baseman for out number 2. They're going to give Yamazaki a couple of pitches as Akito Takabe, the leadoff hitter, will be coming up next. So as we said, the bizarre things of this game are just continuing to happen. I'm going to have to check to see if it's a full moon. As the first baseman, Sugimoto, slid to make the catch, the pitcher, Yamazaki, who was racing in, has to hurdle him, leap over top, and then he somersaults almost into the base runner. And of course, the out was recorded by the first baseman. And on top of that, where the base runner had dropped the bat, it looked like it was going to come into the pitcher, Yamazaki. So all kinds of craziness going on. So here we go back to the live action. The runner at first is Matsukawa, and Takabe takes a first pitch split finger down for a ball, and the count is 1-0. Big Ray says he's heading to bed, got to be up early tomorrow. We appreciate you stopping by as always. Next game that we're going to be on is going to be on Wednesday. We've already put it up on the channel. I can't remember off the top of my head who we're going to be calling in that one. It is a major league game. We do have a tight week this week. I want to try to get in 2 or 3 games. So I know in some ways I'm actually good for some rainouts because that will add to our schedule. So hopefully that'll be able to add a couple more games in during the midweek. But that is what we're looking to be able to call at that point. So thanks again, Big Ray, for your support. We also had Joe stopping in. Appreciate him being here as well. So here comes the 1-1 pitch to Takabe. Yamazaki delivers. It's a fastball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Alexander Leggett says, it's great when it's consistent. Yeah, absolutely. And here comes the pitch. It is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. That runs the count to 2-2. We were just talking about consistent working and habits. They used to pay premiums for working off shifts. It was a way that some companies would be able to entice their workers, usually 5% for afternoons and 10% for the graveyard shift. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. And Yamazaki delivers. It is a split finger swung on. It's grounded to first. It's fielded by Sugimoto, and the Buffaloes are going to get off the field. And this is going to be it for the Marines in their half of the 4th inning. That goes as a ground out to 3 for out number 3. So for the Chiba Lotte Marines in their half of the inning, there was no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're moving to the bottom of the 4th inning. It is a 3-0 ball game for the Marines. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments as we'll continue to see how this game plays out. Appreciate you all for being here. Here's our friend Steve again.
Domo arigato. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I'm new at this. Thank you for watching Last Raps Baseball. Tell all your friends and family to come check him out, ask some questions during the telecast, and give him a good sub and a thumbs up. And this is Steve coming back at you, and some new things on my channel. Star Wars figures that everybody likes. We have Mad magazines from the 1970s. We try to avoid the Noid. And for your pleasure, once in a while, we can open up Michael Jackson if you want, the cards. We have Elvis. We have Sadahar O. We love everything that is everything, so we even have the Beatles fighting with lightsabers. Look at that, John and George. Once in a while, we'll even have my brother take over my channel on a Tuesday. So once again, everybody tell your friends, come see Freddie at Last Raps Baseball. And right now, I'm going to kick it right back to you, Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. We are cruising to the bottom half of the 4th inning. It is a 3-0 ball game for the Chiba Lotte Marines. Coming out to bat will be Masataka Yoshida, Yuma Mune, and Yuma Tongu. That is the heart of the Orix batting order. And the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Yoshida tonight singled back in the first inning. He missed out an RBI as Shuhei Fukuda was gunned down at the plate. And so here comes the 0-1 pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Yoshida. Yoshida has picked up his batting average on the season. He entered tonight's fray at 253. He's raised it by 10 points already, and he takes a split finger pitch outside. The count goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Yoshida, of course, led the Pacific League in batting average a few seasons ago. He's one of the better hitters in all of the NPB. When I watch him hit, every time I see him hit, he reminds me of a left-handed hitting Alex Bregman. If you can put that into your mind, when you think of Alex Bregman when he hits, he steps up to the plate and he's very, very tense. And when I say very, very tense, he's like really, really stiff. And here comes the pitch. And it is a fastball that misses down and in. And the count now is, we've got run even at 2-2. We'll take back a look at this one here. The last pitch just came inside and it just missed hitting Yoshida. We're going to check that. It's actually 3 balls and 2 strikes on Yoshida. We had it at 2-2, but here comes the payoff pitch. And there is a split finger pitch swung on and fouled away. It's going to keep the count at 3-2. Was in 2020, he batted .350 that season. He played in 120 ball games of the 2020 campaign. Of course, that was the shortened season because of the virus that was found around the world. Last season, he hit .339, but he's off of those paces. There's a fastball that misses down, and Yoshida's going to draw himself a leadoff walk here in the 4th inning. As we said, Sasaki is uncharacteristically does not have the command of his pitches tonight, doesn't have the stuff we've seen in his last 2 starts. He's got 2 strikeouts tonight. He's hit a batter, and now he's walked a batter. He entered tonight's game only walking 4 batters. Check that, 2 batters in his 31 innings of work. Allowed 4 earned runs, but he'd struck out 56. He's already walked a batter here tonight, and he doesn't have the stuff that we've seen in recent nights. And so here comes the first pitch to Yumamune. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is 0-1. When we saw him in the last couple of starts, he had some big-time swing and miss stuff. And tonight, of course, they've really battled. They've been swinging early in the counts, have the Buffaloes. They fouled off pitches. They put the ball in play. And so here comes the 0-1 pitch. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count's 1-1. They have nothing to show for it. As we said, the runner Fukuda was thrown out at the plate in the first inning. Our friend Alexander Leggett said Yoshida did, and asked the question mark. I was a little bit behind on the chats there as I was tapped out looking at something else. Yeah, Yoshida led the league in batting in the 2020 season. As we mentioned, he was batting at .350 that year. Even before that, the year before, he hit .322, .321. He's a lifetime .323 hitter. But here's the pitch to Mune. It is a breaking ball swung on. It's grounded to the shortstop. He flips over to second for 1. Back to first. It's not going to be in time. That's going to go down as a fielder's choice. So that'll be fielder's choice 6-4 to retire Yoshida at second. For the first out, Mune is aboard, and that is going to bring up the catcher, Yuma Tongo. So Tongo comes up to the plate. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded to the second baseman his first time up. He was part of the craziness there in the first couple innings. As we mentioned, he likes to catch off of one knee when there is nobody on base, and he took a foul ball right on the top of the thigh. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. And it is grounded over to third. It's fielded by the third baseman over to second, back to first, not in time. But hang tight, everybody. We're going to have a look at this. Our crazy night might continue. We're going to have to see if Mune is retired at second base, although he does look like he's coming off the field. But that play was a bang-bang play. We're going to watch this one again. The ball was struck. It was fielded neatly by the third baseman. They fired it over to second. Mune, in our opinion, was safe at second base. They relayed it over to first. The runner at first was safe. But let's see what's going to happen here. It looks like there's nothing because I'm not sure if the Buffaloes have any challenges left. So that is going to retire Mune 5-4. Tongu is the runner at first, and that brings up Yutaro Sugimoto, who singled his first time up. And the first pitch to Tongu is taken, or to Sugimoto is taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Sugimoto. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside. The count goes to 1-1. Alexander Leggett said that Seiya was batting .317 last year, and he considered him to be one of the best batters in the league. Yeah, and the other part about it, Alexander, is that he hit .317, but really he didn't have a whole lot hitting around him in Hiroshima. There's a fastball that misses outside. The count is 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. The living room is in the house here. We appreciate you checking in, as we said earlier. Alexander did say Yoshida. Yeah, possibly in for a down year. Alexander says, do you think Cabrera is going to get lazy now that he's got his 3,000th hit? To be honest with you, I think Cabrera is in the twilight of his career. So here comes the 2-1 pitch to Sugimoto. There's a fastball that comes inside, and Sugimoto is hit. And he is going to get to first base. That one came right out. That's the second hit batter of the game. The first one Sasaki hit was Fukuda, but it was only grazed his jersey. This one, Sugimoto felt everything of that 95-plus mile-an-hour fastball. And so he is aboard at first base. That's going to bring up the right fielder, Ryoto Kida. As we watch that one again, it came in, and it caught him on the elbow and then got him in the lower abdomen. So it was almost a ricochet. And so while we've got time, we also have a conference on the mound. Sasaki is going to get a visit from the pitching coach. As there's a full-on conference on the hill here. So to be honest, back to the Miguel Cabrera question, I don't think that Cabrera is going to get necessarily lazy. I just think he's in the twilight of his career. And he's just really not much of a, not much of a threat, what I would say in terms of power like he used to be. I don't even know if Miguel Cabrera is going to hit you 20 home runs this year. And he's got 1 more year left on his contract. Alexander Leggett says, I'd gamble on cockroaches going up a wall before I bet on the NPB. Well, the NPB, as I get to watch it, you really have to know who's in the lineup, and they don't really release the lineups until about 45 minutes before the game. There's a breaking ball that's swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1 to Kida. The pitchers are announced usually after the games from the night before, the starting pitchers for the next day. When you think of Major League Baseball, they always announce it 3 or 4 days in advance. And there's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count is now 0-2 to Kida. So no balls and 2 strikes. The lineups for Major League Baseball games, sometimes they're 3 or 4 hours in advance. The lineups are posted. So you can get an idea of who you might want to consider putting your money on. And there's a split finger pitch that is swung on and missed. And Kida is retired on strikes for the second time tonight. And that is going to do it here for the Orix Buffaloes in their half of the 4th inning. Well, they had no runs in the inning. There were no hits. There were no errors. And there were 2 runners left aboard. We are now through 4 complete innings. It is the Chiba Lotte Marines 3, the Orix Buffaloes nothing. Stick around, everybody. I don't think this one's over yet by any stretch. It is going to be a battle of the bullpens. I can smell it coming, and it might be as soon as now. We'll see if they're going to make a change here with the Buffaloes. Hang tight. We'll be right back after this from our friend Dave.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for checking out the game. And Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave's 0 O'Clock Sports Cards. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the fifth inning. It's going to be Koshiro Wada, Shogo Nakamura, and Leonis Martin. They are going to be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the batting order, and we're just going to see if we are still going to see the right-hander Sachiro Yamazaki. Looks like he is going to be extended here to face the Marines in their half of the fifth inning. Alexander Leggett, who's in our chat, says, I know baseball gamblers, they have computer programs that do all the rest. He thinks he'd rather work in that gypsum mine. And so here's the first pitch fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0 to Wada. Wada today is 2 for 2. He's got 2 singles. He's stolen a base, and he's driven in a run. This is his first start of the year. He takes a fastball for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. Our friend in the living room says Alek Manoah made him some money today. Alex Manoah, I didn't see what happened to the Blue Jays today. I caught some of the games and the finals, but I haven't looked at all the stuff. There's a fastball that misses down and away. The count is 2-1. I just took a quick peek in. I saw that the Mariners knocked off the Royals tonight 13-7. There's the fastball swung on. This is lifted into the stands on the third base side. The count goes to 2-2. We'll take a look at the Major League Baseball out-of-town scoreboard in between the 5th and the 6th innings. We call it our Japanese halftime. But we were taking some early looks in there. Looks like the Mariners' offense is starting to wake up. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on and tap foul. It's going to keep the count at 2-2. The Mariners, of course, have a decent pitching staff, but the thought was that the offense is going to start to pick up for them, and now it's starting to wake up as the heat is starting to get warmer in the Pacific Northwest. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away by Wada, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. There is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And Wada is retired on strikes. He goes down for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up Shogo Nakamura. Last pitch was a split finger pitch of the fastball variety that Wada waved at and missed. And now Nakamura steps up to the plate. For Nakamura, he is 0 for 2 tonight. He has grounded to third and struck out his first 2 times up, and he takes a fastball for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Nakamura entered the game tonight batting at .237. His average has now slipped. There was a fastball that swung on. It's fouled away. The count is now 0-2. Nakamura's average has dipped to .230 now on the season. He, like the other fellas in the middle part of the order, Leonis Martin and Brandon Laird, all off to slow starts for the Marines. There's a split finger pitch that misses down and away. And that makes the count at 1-2. As we said at the earlier part of the stream, there were a lot of ugly numbers early on. Alexander Leggett says the stands look packed there, but the outfielder, at least in the upper deck, looked like it wasn't. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is driven into left field. It's going to get into the corner. Yoshida goes in. He plays it off the wall, and he fires it back in. But Shogo Nakamura is aboard with a one-out double here in the 5th inning. And that is going to bring up the right fielder, Leonis Martin. We took a look at that. He's right. The crowd looks like it's very healthy. But when you look at the outfield or you look at the upper deck down the third base line, it was very sparse. So I'm a bit deceived a little bit by the attendance. It'll be interesting to see what the total here paid attendance will be for this one, as there are a lot of empty seats. So Martin is 9 for 69 on the season. He's batting only $130. And the first pitch is a fastball. This is swung on, is lifted into center field. Moving over to get it is Fukuda. Here's the throw. Tagging from second and going to third is Nakamura, and he's going to make it. Fukuda caught the ball. It was a tough play. He was sort of flat-footed when he caught the ball. He had to fire it in. The shortstop, Kirby caught it, and on the relay, they tried to gun down Nakamura at third, but he's going to slide in as the flyout by Martin is going to advance the runner to third base. And that is going to leave it up to Brandon Laird, the designated hitter. So for Brandon Laird, he is officially 0 for 1 tonight. He walked his first time up. He's also grounded to third. So Laird waiting on the offering from Yamazaki. The first pitch is a fastball that misses inside. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Alexander Leggett says they're normally so good with that outfielding. Look good, but not as polished as normal. I would have had to say that there's a breaking ball that's taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-1 on Laird. I would have said that it was a tough swing to read by Leonis Martin. Leonis Martin hit that ball right on the screws. And Fukuda had started to come in on the ball. And then he had to almost throw on the brakes. And then when he caught it flat-footed. And he fired the ball in the direction of his shortstop, Kirby. And then, of course, the relay to third was not in time. I wonder if he would have stayed behind the ball a little bit more and came through it, if he would have actually had a shot to be able to make that play. So the breaking ball that misses outside is 2-1 now to Laird. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Yamazaki holds at the belt. He checks the runner. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that comes inside, and Brandon Laird's been hit. So Laird is going to get himself first base, and so he is not very happy. This is now the 3rd hitter of the ball game that's been hit. The first one for the Marines. So let's see if we have some fireworks here tonight, if there's something brewing in this series. That pitch rode up inside, and it got him right on the forearm. Laird is very fortunate that that didn't cause more damage than what there might have been. So he was less than pleased with that. So Nakamura is the runner at third. Laird is the runner at first. That brings up Koki Yamaguchi to the plate. Alexander Leggett says, my stream is behind your commentary, but for some reason the Gamecast is ahead of your commentary, so I get the past, present, and the future. Well, it's kind of like Christmas, the Christmas Carol. You get the Ghost of Christmas, present, past, and future. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Yamaguchi. As we said, we had to do a reboot back in the 2nd inning because our stream here was all over the map. We really felt bad to have to do that. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And it is a split finger pitch swung on. It's grounded to short. It's fielded neatly by the shortstop Kirby. He flips it over to the second baseman Adachi covering. And that is going to retire Laird on a fielder's choice 6-4. And that will do it here for the Marines in their half of the 5th inning. So there was no runs, there was 1 hit, there were no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. We are now through 4.5. It is the Chiba Lotte Marines 3, the Orix Buffaloes nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. We're glad you guys could be here with us. Thanks for sticking around. There's a little bit of energy to get you guys going.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Thanks again, Steve. When we come back right to the action, it's Ryo Adachi at the plate. The first pitch he sees from the right-hander Roki Sasaki is a fastball that he lines into right field for a base hit. And so with 1 pitch, Adachi is aboard, and that is going to bring up the top of the order, Shuhei Fukuda. For Fukuda, today he's been on base twice. He singled in the first, and he was hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning. So he's officially 1 for 1. Fukuda also was gunned down at the plate in a very, very entertaining first inning. It was a bang-bang play as Masataka Yoshida had lined a single into left field. Of course, the left fielder had come up throwing, and that would have been Akito Takabe to gun down the would-be scorer Fukuda. There's a first pitch fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. One would have to think that this was probably going to be the last inning of work for the Buffaloes pitcher Yamazaki. He was finished the 5th inning at 101 pitches. He actually salvaged a ball game that looked like it was going sideways. There's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is now 2-0. Whereas with Sasaki here, he's at 69. And for the Japanese standards, he's probably got a lot of life left in his arm. But he has been coming out around the 100-pitch mark in the last couple of ball games. He went the 102 pitches in the perfect game. So here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside. The count is now 3-0. Our friend Alexander Leggett says that the Dodgers need to stop being Scrooges and let some other teams have a good player. The Dodgers are definitely loaded for bear. I still think that they're 1 pitcher away. And I would not be surprised if you see the Dodgers make a move at the deadline to add another one. So here's the 3-0 pitch. There's a fastball that misses up and away, and Fukuda is aboard. And now the Buffaloes have something going. They have a herd of runners on base as Adachi is now on second and Fukuda is at first. And that is going to bring up Masahiro Nishino, and it's also going to bring out a conference on the mound as the entire infield is in to talk to the young right-hander. As we said, I'm curious to see if it's a full moon, because sometimes things on full moons just go a little bit wacky, and we're having one of those kind of games tonight. Everything around the game has been a little bit odd. So the runners are at first and second. And that is going to bring up the DH, Masahiro Nishino. Nishino tonight is popped to the shortstop and grounded into a double play of the 6-4-3 variety. So he bats from the left side against the right-handed throwing Sasaki. who kicks and fires. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-1. So curious here to see what they're going to do, if they are going to think about bunting over here. I don't know if I would necessarily consider that in this point. They do have Kobayashi and Yoshida coming to bat. But are they going to take the bat out of the hitter's hands? And the answer to that is no. There's a split finger down in the dirt. They appeal over to the third base umpire, but they say that the batter Nishino didn't go, and the count now is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Alexander says he's looked it up, and he says it's a waning crescent. It's not a full moon, but boy, oh boy, here it feels like it is sure one. And there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now is 2 balls and 1 strike. Just the way that the interactions between the home plate umpire and the star pitcher for the Marines were going, you could tell it wasn't going to be a good night for Sasaki, although he does have a shutout so far. This has not been a walk in the park compared to some of the other nights. So here comes the 2-1 pitch. He kicks and fires. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 3 balls and 1 strike. So 3-1 to Nishino. One would think that Sasaki is going to battle through here. We would think that the Marines might be thinking about going to their bullpen. We can't get a update on who's in the pen sometimes. We do get the feeds of when there are people warming or when they're not. And here's the 3-1 pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed. It's going to run the count now to full at 3-2. The other starts, you can see that Sasaki was running it up to 99 and 100 miles an hour. The last pitch was at 97 on the gun. That's kind of where he's been tonight. We haven't seen him with an overpowering fastball tonight. Here comes the 3-2. There's a fastball that swung on and fouled away. That one there was one of his better ones. That was up at 159 kilometers. Would have been at 99 on the radar gun. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nishino waiting on the offering from the right-hander Sasaki. He gets himself dug back in the box. The runner at second is Adachi. The runner at first is Fukuda. The Buffaloes have something going here in their half of the 5th. And here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is driven into the seats down the left field line. That runs the count still to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nishino gets back into the batter's box, and he's ready to get the next offering from the star right-hander. And here comes the 3-2 pitch. Sasaki delivers. It's a split-finger pitch that misses outside, and that is going to load the bases. That's yet another walk from Sasaki, and he is not happy. You could tell his body language. He wants that pitch. The home plate umpire, as we said tonight, has been squeezing the right-hander to some degree. He has definitely not been. He's been very animated toward the home plate umpire. And the catcher has had to, a couple of times, get in between the plate umpire and the right-hander Sasaki. And so now the bases are loaded with nobody out. They're full of Buffaloes. And Kentaro Kobayashi strides to the plate. Kobayashi tonight is 1 for 2. He singled in the first and struck out in the 3rd inning. A defense for the Marines, they're in double played up the middle, but the corners are in. They're looking to hunt for a play at the plate. So Kobayashi digs in. He's batting .210 on the season. He's 17 for 81. And here comes the pitch. It is a split finger pitch that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Our friend Alexander Leggett says it is a stampede. It looks like it's about to become one. If they can get a base hit here, they'll be stampeding across the plate, as there are a herd of Buffaloes on the bases. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. There is a fastball that's taken for a called strike. The count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Kobayashi. Kobayashi waiting on the offering from Sasaki, who delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It's going to be lifted in the seats down the first base line. Runs the count now to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's a nice evening for baseball in Osaka. It's too bad they're playing indoors. So here comes the 1-2 pitch, and there is a fastball that misses down and away. The count is 2-2. One would have to think that should Sasaki be able to survive this inning, this is probably going to be his last inning of work, and then we're going to find out what the bullpen is going to be able to do for both teams. A little bit interesting that both starting pitchers were going to be chased here in this one. And there's a fastball that swung on. It's grounded back to the pitcher. He catches, he throws over to second, back to first for the double play. But why did he not go to the plate? That's going to score a run here. The runner is safe at third. So that only tells me that he forgot what was going on. Sasaki, we're going to have to see that replay. But that's going to be a 1-6-3 double play. Why wouldn't he take that shot? I know he fielded the ball to his glove side and he was looking right at second base. But that is a 1-6-3 double play. I guess he's going to have to answer that one after the ball game. But that's going to cut the score to 3-1. As Adachi will score, Fukuda goes over to third. And Nishino is erased at second on the putout for the first out of the inning, and that's going to leave it up to Masataka Yoshida. Yoshida today is officially 1 for 1. He's walked and singled. He takes a fastball at the knees for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Yoshida. Yoshida batting from the left side versus the right-hander Sasaki. Yoshida holds at the chest, and here comes the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is looped into left field. It's going to get down, and it's going to get up against the wall. It's going to be extra bases for Yoshida. He's going to cruise into second base with a double. He's knocked in a run, and that is going to shorten up the lead to 3-2. As it is a RBI double for Yoshida. Brings home Fukuda, and it is now a 3-2 ball game here in the 5th inning for the Chiba Lotte Marines. That will leave it all up to the third baseman, Yumamune. It was a good inside-out swing by Yoshida. He was able to stay inside the ball, and it wasn't a hard liner. It was more of a looping liner that ended up going opposite field there into the gap, and it goes all the way to the wall. The right-hander Sasaki on the mound, you can see that the body language of the young right-hander needs a little bit of work. But that brings up the left-handed hitting Yumamune. For Mune tonight, he is 0 for 2. He's popped to first, and he's bounced into a fielder's choice. And here comes the pitch from Sasaki. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is quickly 0-1. Mune is not having the season that he had last year. He had a very good, solid season for the Buffaloes and helping them get to win the Pacific League Championship. On top of that, he really nailed down the everyday position at third base. There's a split finger pitch that swung on and missed. Count is 0-2. It was his first full season in the NPB, or what we would call full season, of being able to play every day, and he responded by hitting .272 last year. He did hit 9 homers and drive in 42 runs. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses inside. The count now goes to 1-2 on Mune. But Mune is yet to duplicate that through his first 13 games this year, as he's batting only .178 entering tonight's affair. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. Sasaki holds at the chest and he fires. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And that is going to do it as Mune is retired on strengths for the third out of the inning. But there has been damage and a lot of it here in the fifth inning. There were 2 runs by the Buffaloes, and they came on 2 hits. There were no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We're now through 5 complete. It is the Chiba Lotte Marines 3, the Orix Buffaloes 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment. We'll take a look at the Major League Baseball out-of-town scoreboard. We'll talk about some of the stuff that's going over there. We'll take a look and see how Seiya Suzuki did today. But we'll be back after this. Hang tight.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to take a look at the Major League Baseball out-of-town scoreboard while we have what we like to call the Japanese halftime. It is the out-of-town scoreboard is in the MLB. The Detroit Tigers split a doubleheader with the Colorado Rockies today. In the first game, Tigers won 13-0. They pounded out 20 hits. Tariq Skubal got the win. He goes to 1-1 on this season. Antonio Senzatella picks up the loss. He goes to 1-1. The story in that game was Miguel Cabrera getting his 3,000th hit of his career. And not only to get the 3,000th, he also picked up his 3,001st in that game. And that is in the history books as he's the 33rd player to do so in Major League history. He's also the 7th player that had 3,000 hits and 500 plus home runs. The second game of that series, of that doubleheader, Austin Gomber got the win. Bo Brist took the loss in his Major League debut. Colomé got the save as the Rockies beat the Tigers 3-2. So they split the double dip. The San Francisco Giants beat the Nationals today 5-2. Alex Wood got the win. He goes to 2-0. Anibal Sanchez picks up the loss. He's 0-1. Duvall picks up his 3rd save of the year for the Giants. There was more chaos in New York today. If you haven't seen it, be sure to check it out. The fans and Miles Straw scaled the fence, the center fielder for the Cleveland Guardians, almost going into the stands to confront the fans of the Yankees who were yelling things at him and throwing stuff at him. The Yankees ended up walking that game off in the 9th inning. They won 5-4, but Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton had to go out and to calm the crowd down. The Yankees won that game 5-4. Miguel Castro gets the win in relief. He's 1-0. Emmanuel Clase takes the loss. He drops to 0-2. Chicago Cubs absolutely laid a beatdown on the Pittsburgh Pirates today. The final score there was 21-0. Seiya Suzuki was 3 for 4 today for the Cubs. He also drove in a run. He raised his season average to 372. The Cubs blistered out 23 hits, while the Pirates were 0-3-2. Hendricks got the win. Thompson the loss. I'm sure there was a lot of beer drank in Chicago. The Minnesota Twins knocked off the Chicago White Sox today 9-2. Dylan Bundy goes to 3-0. It's off to a very impressive start with the Twins. Sid Velasquez drops to 0-2 for the White Sox. The Philadelphia Phillies took one on the chin from the Milwaukee Brewers today. Hauser picks up the win. Wheeler the loss. Hader the save. The Brewers beat the Phillies 5-3. In Oakland, the Athletics were shut out by the Rangers 2-0. Burke picked up his second win for the Rangers. Montez takes the loss. He drops to 2-2. And Matt Bush gets the save, his first of the season. St. Louis Cardinals took it out again on the Cincinnati Reds, who continued their torrid losing stretch to start the season. The Cardinals won 5-0. It was Dakota Hudson getting the win. He goes to 1-1. Tyler Mahle takes the loss. He's 1-2. Our friend in the living room who was in here earlier in our stream said that he had Alek Manoah today. Probably a good choice. They beat the Astros 3-2. Manoah goes to 3-0 on the season. Taylor takes the loss. Adam Simber gets the save. Crazy game in Tampa Bay. The Red Sox were no hit through 9. He scored 2 runs in the top of the 10th inning, but then the Rays walked it off in the bottom of the 10th. The game was tied at 0s going into the 10th inning, so if you got time to check the highlights, that is one crazy game. And then in the Atlanta, it was the Marlins knocking off the Braves 9-7. Okert gets the win. Spencer Strider takes the loss. Tanner Scott got the save. We have a few more games that are on the out-of-town board. We're going to pick up those later as we're getting this one back into action in just a couple moments here, as they do have a reliever coming into the ball game for the Orix Buffaloes, and we'll get you those specs here in just a moment. Our friend Alexander Leggett said, yeah, that was definitely wild. It was a crazy game in New York. And that's what Mike Milbury says. He says it looked like it was a Mike Milbury situation. That's what I said earlier. I said it looked like we were going to have Mike Milbury all over again, but the Boston Bruins and the New York Rangers were going at it. And I remember that he went into the fans and stands and started hitting a fan with a shoe. So here we go, back to the live action. And this is going to be Taiga Hirasawa to get things going. And he takes a first pitch fastball for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. The reliever in the ball game is Shota Abe. And Abe has taken over here in their half of the 6th inning. He is a right-hander, and he throws a split-finger pitch that swung on and missed. That is going to be no balls and 2 strikes. That's right. He took the person's shoe off and started beating him with it. One would think if you were in India, that would be a huge insult. I think it's where they take the shoe and stick it in somebody's face. There's 1 ball and 2 strikes, as that last pitch was a split-finger pitch that misses down. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Hirasawa. Abe gets the sign from his catcher, and he comes set at the belt. And he kicks and fires. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into center field. Moving over underneath it is the center fielder, Fukuda. He makes the catch, and that is going to retire Hirasawa. There's 1 up and 1 away. That is going to bring up the catcher, Ko Matsukawa. For Matsukawa tonight, he's been aboard twice. He walked and scored a run in the 2nd inning. He singled and was stranded there in the 4th. But that was against the starter Yamazaki. Now he's going to face the right-hander Abe for the first time tonight. He is 6 for 34 on the season. And the first pitch, it is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Right-hander against the right-hander. Abe ready to go back to work. He kicks and he fires. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Matsukawa digs in. He's waiting on the 0-2 offering from Abe. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball. It's taken on the outside corner for a called 3rd strike. And down goes the catcher, Matsukawa, for out number 2. You could tell he wasn't very impressed. Certainly, he's been catching for Roki Sasaki this whole ball game, and Sasaki has not been getting some of those calls. And the catcher doesn't say anything, but he does take a look back at the home plate umpire as he walks away. And he is going to be retired for out number 2, and that's going to leave it up to the shortstop, Ryushi Ogawa. And here comes Ogawa. The first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Ogawa tonight is officially 0 for 2. He reached first on an error by the pitcher in the 2nd inning and came around to score on a single by Koshiro Wada. And he takes a fastball for a called strike, and the count goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Ogawa also popped out to the first baseman his last time up. So here comes the 0-2 pitch. And there is a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And Abe does his job as he comes in and pitches very effectively here in the 6th inning. as Chiba goes down in order. They had no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. It is, after 5.5 innings, the Chiba Lotte Marines 3, the Orix Buffaloes 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the bottom of the 6th inning in just a moment. We're glad you guys could be here with us. It's our friend Dave again.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for checking out the game. And Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave's Zero Thought Sports Card. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna...
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be a battle of the bullpens as the Chiba Lotte Marines have gone to their bullpen. It is going to be Atsuya Hirohata who's coming into the ball game. He's going to replace Roki Sasaki. Sasaki, of course, the big thing in Japan the last couple of weeks. He, of course, is finished from the ball game today as they've now going to the right-hander. So Hirohata is coming in. Not as sharp as what we've seen from Sasaki in his other starts. But that is going to be how it ends. We're going to have Yuma Tongo, Yutaro Sugimoto, and Ryota Kita here to face the right-hander in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And the first pitch delivered to Tongo is a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. And Hirohata delivers a breaking ball, and that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. So here comes the delivery from the right-hander Hirohata. It's a fastball swung on, it's grounded foul. And the count is now 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Check that. It's no balls and 2 strikes. So not only is the game a little wacky tonight, what was going on in Major League Baseball was a little wacky today. Everything is a little bit wacky, including us. Alexander Leggett back in the house. He says, did he miss anything? Nothing particular. Just a couple of pitching changes. There's the fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. I'm just going to have to sit back and relax because just the oddball stuff that we're seeing. There's a split finger pitch that misses in the dirt, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tongu. Tongu waiting on the offering here from Hirohata. Hirohata gets the sign from his catcher Matsukawa, and he comes set at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a split finger pitch that misses down and away, and that runs the count now to 3-2. So we said it's going to be a battle of the bullpens from here on out, as both the starters have been chased. Sasaki is still in line for the win, as Yamazaki is also in line for the loss at this point. There's a fastball swung on. It's lined. It is caught by the pitcher. Hirohata has, what a job. He makes a great catch. It was lined right back. It was down by his left side, and he reached out across to be able to get it, and he picks it off the ground. A really nice play. And that is going to retire Tongu on a line drive to the pitcher for out number 1. He's going to be going back to the dugout talking to himself. It's going to bring up the first baseman, Yutaro Sugimoto. And the first pitch delivered to Sugimoto is a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Sugimoto batting from the right side against the right-hander Hirahara, and it is a fastball swung on. It's grounded to short. It's juggled, and it is missed by the shortstop. And there you go. That is the error that we're going to witness there. Absolutely. It's going to be E6 as Sugimoto reaches base. And the wild stuff continues. It was a play that probably should have been made. As we said, we normally see Yudai Fujioka and also Eddie Hechavarria holding down that position. But tonight it is the shortstop Ogawa who gets the nod. So normally the sure-handed Marines don't get that here. And that is going to bring up Ryota Kita. Kita steps up. He is 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out both of his trips up to the plate, but he's no longer facing Sasaki. And the first pitch to him is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Kita. Kita, who bats from the left side against the right-hander Hirahara, who comes set at the belt. He kicks and he fires. It is a fastball swung on and missed. It's going to run the count to 1-1. For those of you who are joining us for our NPB coverage, we won't be doing anything during the week this week until we get to Friday night North American time. So we'll be looking at the Saturday action. So we'll be doing some Saturday stuff for the call. And firing over to first base is the pitcher, and diving back in time is the base runner. So 1 ball and 1 strike here to Kita. Sugimoto, not really a threat to run. He hasn't got a stolen base this year, but in this game, who knows? Again, throwing over to first and again being back in time. Actually, I have to check that. Sugimoto did steal a base in the first inning, his first of the season, but he hasn't really been a threat to steal bases. Over the course of Sugimoto's career, he's not been known to swipe a lot of bags. He's only had 5 in his career entering tonight's game. There's a fastball swung on. It is going to reach the seats, and that's going to keep the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kita waiting on the offering from Hirahara, who holds at the belt. And he kicks and fires. There's a split finger pitch swung on. It's tapped foul behind home plate. That's going to keep the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The second baseman, Ryo Adachi, is looming on deck for the Buffaloes. It was a part of the last inning where he came around and scored the first run after a leadoff base hit. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kita. Hirahara gets the sign from his catcher. He's ready to go back to work. He holds at the belt and he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner. And the count now runs to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Alexander Leggett says, hopefully the Buffaloes can keep making it interesting. I have a feeling this one here is not over yet. I didn't think that 3-run lead was very safe back in the second inning for the Chiba Lotte Marines. The question will be, are the Marines' bats going to go silent? There is a throw over to first base, and again diving back in time as the base runner is Sugimoto. Hirahara is really concerned about the runner at first base over there. Already 3 balls that he's tossed over to first. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It's grounded to first. Over to second for 1. Back to first. And it's not going to be in time. was almost a 3-6-3 double play. But it is going to retire the runner Sugimoto over at first. He was running on the play, and that's what made it a very tight play at second base. It was a gutsy play, so that's going to go as a fielder's choice. 3-6 for the second out. Kita is now the runner at first after that fielder's choice, and that's going to bring up Ryo Adachi. And you have to kind of wonder why they may have went that direction. Sugimoto is not the fastest runner, though he was in motion. Might have been an easier play just to concede that the runner would have got to second base. Stepped on the bag at first base. And so there is a first pitch splitter that is fouled away, and the count is 0-1. Alexander Leggett says, great infielding, just couldn't get there in time. Yeah, you know what? You have to say it was a good decision because they did get the lead out. But boy, that was a very, very close play. There's a fastball that misses outside. The count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Adachi digs himself in. And here comes the 1-1 offering. He kicks and delivers, does Hirohata. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Alexander Leggett said when he went back to get some coffee, if he missed anything, we need to get some coffee here. This game here is really not exactly been at the quickest of paces, and we expect it's probably going to continue on. This is going to be one of the longer marathons that we've called this year in the Japanese League, I would expect. There's a fastball taken for a strike on the outside corner. It runs the count now to 2-2 to Adachi. There's some ball games, they just clip along at such a good pace. And then there's others that just seem to grind and grind and grind. And this is the feeling that this one is going to have going for innings number 7, 8, and 9. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. Again, firing over to first base is the pitcher Hirohata. Diving back this time in time is the base runner Kita. So Adachi waiting on the offering, and again Hirohita fires over to first, and again diving back in time is the base runner Kita. Alexander Leggett says there's some KBO games in the 6th inning already. Well, when you look at the out-of-town scoreboard in the NPB, this was an early start, as was the game between Yokohama and Hiroshima. There is a breaking ball swung on, and this is going to reach the seats behind home plate. It's going to keep the count at 2-2. Already the game in with the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles and Saitama Seibu Lions, they're already in the bottom of the 4th inning with a couple outs. There's some games that are moving along at a little quicker pace than what we're seeing here. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. And Hirohata holds at the belt. He kicks and fires. It is a split finger pitch swung on. It is popped up into shallow right field. Moving over underneath it is the second baseman, Nakamura. He makes the catch. And that is going to do it here for the Buffaloes in their half of the 6th inning. There were no runs. There was no hits. There was 1 error and 1 runner left aboard. We're now through 6 complete. It is the Chiba Lotte Marines 3, the Orix Buffaloes nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a minute. I get a chance to refresh and do some of that stuff. Giants and Dragons are 6-6. Yes, they are. Lots of out-of-town scores that we'll get to in the NPB a little bit later. But we'll be back in just a couple minutes, and we'll take care of our MLB out-of-town scoreboard. Here is our friend Steve again.
Hello, friends. Steve coming back at you, a clean-shaven Steve. Thank you for watching the Last Reps Baseball. And please continue to support my channel among others, like Another Hollis Build. Awesome commercial. And now I'll show you a few more things that we do have. We have toys, like this bobblehead Star Wars on wheels. We have Noids. We can't keep avoiding them forever. We do have Legos. Love my Legos. We have Origami Folder. Check him out. He's new into this, getting started, has good following already. We have Red Beard Breaks. And we also have these things that, in a pinch, will tell you what your temperature is. So, if you like all of this, and if you like Last Straps Baseball, join all of us. We'd love to have you. And I know you would enjoy us. Thank you, peace, good night, and cheers.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to wrap up the out-of-town scoreboard from Major League Baseball. We had 4 other scores to get to after the halftime. The Arizona Diamondbacks took care of the New York Mets today, 5-2. Castellanos got the win. Williams takes the loss. Mantiply got the save for the D-backs. The Dodgers lost to the Padres in extra innings tonight, 3-2. Suarez got the win for the Padres, and Brill took the loss for the Dodgers. I'll get those last 2 scores for you in just a couple moments as we are back to the live action. It is going to be Akito Takabe, Kasiro Wada, and Shogo Nakamura to face the right-hander Shota Abe, who's in for his second inning of work. And the first pitch to Takabe was a fastball swung on and missed. And so here comes the 0-1. It is a fastball that misses inside. The count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Takabe today is 1 for 3. He doubled and knocked in a pair of runs in the second inning. He's also grounded to short and grounded to third. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter, Takabe. Abe holds at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. That is the 3rd strikeout in a row retired by the right-hander Abe. That is 1 up and 1 away here in the 7th inning, and that's going to bring up Kishiro Wada. For Wada on the season, he is 2 for 3. He has singled twice on the evening. This is his first start of the MLB or the NPB season. So he is 2 for 3 this evening. He's got a stolen base and an RBI. And so here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Wada was able to beat out that ball in the first inning. It was a very, very close play. They had to go to a review. There is a breaking ball that is waved at and missed, and the count goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Wada. Wada has appeared in 13 games before tonight, but all of them were in a pinch, pretty much a pinch running role or defensive role. He did have 3 stolen bases entering the game, and he picked up his 4th here this evening. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Abe kicks and fires. There's a split finger pitch swung on. It's tapped foul by the first base coach's box, and that keeps the count at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. As we mentioned earlier, we are going to be back on the airwaves again this week. We'll be doing a Major League Baseball game on the Wednesday, so be sure to check out our channel to get the updates of when that's going to be. And there's a fastball that is swung on and missed, and Wada is gone down on strikes for out number 2 here in the inning. That's 5 in a row retired by Abe, 4 of which have come via the strikeout. That is going to leave it up to Shogo Nakamura. For Nakamura tonight, he is 1 for 3. He doubled his last time up. He's also struck out and grounded to third. He is 1 for 3 on the early season. So here comes the first offering from Abe. He kicks and fires. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0. As we said earlier, that the Marines have really struggled to swing the bats this year. Part of the batting order they need to get a lot from is Nakamura, Martin, and Laird. The batting averages there are just, they really make your eyes hurt. Nakamura entered the game tonight hitting 237. Martin entered hitting 134, and Laird hitting 237. Not found a way to get it going. They're an important part of the Marines' offense. There's a breaking ball that misses up, and the count goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. As we said earlier, if you can get to the highlights tonight to see the Yankees and the Guardians, some crazy stuff in New York today. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count goes to 2-2. You get all the, I don't want to say the bad stuff, but you obviously get stuff that is highlighted. But certainly Miles Straw is a fine player. I really like the Guardians center fielder, but boy, he lost it as he crawled up onto the fence to engage with the Yankees faithful. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the offering from Abbey. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into deep left center field. Moving over on it is the left fielder, Masataka Yoshida. He makes the catch, and that is going to do it here for the Marines in their half. Of the 7 moments with all the action. We're glad you could be here with us. Here is our friend Matt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city, San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We are cruising to the bottom half of the 7th inning, and it is going to be the top of the Orix batting order coming to bat. Shuhei Fukuda, Masahiro Nishino, and Kitaro Kobayashi are going to be here to bat in their half of the 7th inning. We're just getting the update here to see what Chiba has done. They have countered with a pitching change, or if they are going to be staying with Atsuya Hirohata, but it looks like we do have a change. It is a right-hander on the hill for the Chiba Lotte Marines. This is Yasuhiro Tanaka. The first pitch delivered by Tanaka is a fastball that is swung on and fouled away, and the count is quickly 0-1. So Tanaka is the third pitcher used tonight by the Marines. And here comes the 0-1 offering. And it is again a fastball swung on and lifted foul. The count now runs to 0-2 to Fukuda. So Yasuhiro Tanaka in relief. And he kicks and delivers. There is a fastball swung on. It's grounded softly to second. It's fielded by Nakamura. He picks it up. He throws to first. That goes as a ground out, 4-3 for out number 1. And that is 1 up and 1 away. And that will bring up the designated hitter, Masahiro Nishino. For Nishino, he is officially for 2 tonight. He has popped to short. He's grounded into a double play, and he has walked in his 3 trips to the plate. Takes a first pitch fastball outside from Tanaka, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. And here's the offering from the right-hander Tanaka. It's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Right-hander against the left-hander. And here comes the delivery. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count now goes to 2-1 to Nishino. Right-hander ready to go back to work again. He delivers a fastball, and it's missing down, and the count goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. We know that the starter tonight, Sasaki, sure wasn't happy with the home plate umpire with some of the calls. In fact, there was a confrontation as they had to be held up by the catcher, and there's a fastball that misses outside, and Nishino has drawn himself a walk here with 1 out here in the 7th, and that's going to bring up Kotaro Kobayashi. So I'd like to see what the fallout for that is. We're going to have to get some of the media or some of the local stuff to see what they had to say. But very, very fascinating. You don't see that all the time with certainly an umpire, a Japanese umpire, making a beeline out to the mound to have to talk to Sasaki. And so here comes the shortstop Kotaro Kobayashi to the plate. He is 1 for 3 today. He singled in the first. He struck out and grounded into a double play. And the first pitch to Kobayashi is instead thrown over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner Nishino. So here comes the first offering, and again they throw over to first base, and again diving back in time is Nishino. This time it almost was thrown away. So here comes the offering, but again they throw over to first, and again diving back in time is the base runner Nishino. They're really concerned about the base runner. He hasn't had a stolen base yet this year. Nishino, over the course of his career, best he ever did was he stole 16 bases back in 2016. But he hasn't stolen a base in 3 seasons, but they obviously have their concerns. And again, throwing over to first, and again diving back as the base runner. So he is being thought of here. I do have to take a look to see if there has been a substitute, because why would they pay that much attention to the runner at first base? And that's why it is Sano who is the runner now for Nishino. So he has come into run. That makes some sense why they keep throwing over. We don't always get that immediate update. I had to take a look at the number of the player. The first pitch delivered to Kobayashi is taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. And there's the 1-1 pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into right field. It is caught by the right fielder, Leonis Martin. It's his first put out of the ball game. And returning to first is Sano, as that is the second out of the inning, and that's going to leave it up to Masataka Yoshida. Sano, as he has entered the game, and why they're a little bit more concerned about him. In 2020, he stole 20 bases. He poached 8 last year. This year, he's got 1 for himself. So he is that runner at first base that they are concerned with. So Masataka Yoshida steps up to the plate. And here comes the first offering, but instead stepping off the mound and faking a throw over to first base is the pitcher Tanaka. So they fire over to first base, and again coming back in time is the base runner Sano. Alexander Leggett says the Giants are loading the bases again in the top of the 4th. It's starting to turn that game into a Little League game. I haven't checked the Giants and the Dragons in a bit. It was 6-6 when you had pointed it out. I noted that as well. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball down. It's not hung on to. Off goes to second, goes Sano. He's going to slide in safely. There was no attempt there. We'll give that a stolen base. The catcher on the exchange, Matsukawa, lost the handle on it. The pitch was a little bit low and away. As he tried to backhand it, he lost the exchange. I don't know if they would have had a shot at the runner Sano anyway. Sano did get himself a good jump. But he is now in scoring position with 1 ball and no strikes to Yoshida. Yoshida is 2 for 2 today and a walk. He's also driven on a run. Very dangerous hitter. They do have an open base here with Yumamune on deck. A little bit surprised that they're going to face him and maybe not put him on. Maybe they won't give him anything good to hit here. Here comes the pitch. It is a fastball down, and now the count goes to 2-0. I'm a little surprised that Iguchi just doesn't hold up the 4 fingers to bring Mune up to the plate. There's a lot of scoring going around in the NPB. This one here for all of the games is the least scoring game. Of course, one would have expected that on the one side with Sasaki. There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-1. Sasaki being one of the starters, one would have expected that. So here comes the 2-1 pitch to Yoshida. Right-hander Tanaka gets the sign from his catcher. He shakes him off. Now he gets something that he likes. And here comes the pitch, and off to the races goes Sano. And here's the throw down to third, and it's not in time. Sano has swiped third base. So just as they were concerned about him stealing second, he's now added third to his collection. And that was a good jump as he took the time to read the pitcher. They must be seeing something with the right-hander on the mound here. And Sano has now taken third base. And it looks like they may have a look at this one. So let's see what this is going to look like. The ball was fired right down to third. The plate umpire had made the call of being safe. The throw was down. As we see the throw, the ball ended up bouncing and then skipping up and taking the glove of the player up into the air. But we're looking to see if he had applied the tag before the runner got to the base. I believe that this call is going to stand. If I had to make the call, I think that this is going to be a safe call at third base. But we're getting a different angle on it now. And on the different angle, this one may be overturned. So I'm going to go with the overturned portion. The first angle we saw, which would have been more toward the umpire's sight lines, And we would agreed with that umpire on the call. However, on further review of our own, I think that this is going to be overturned and it's going to be caught stealing. We're waiting on the call from the umpires. Now, I don't know what camera angles they get because sometimes they get some different angles than what we do and it may show up differently. But I think this is going to be overturned. But our track record has not been fantastic. We're running at about 65%. 2 in every 3 we seem to get right, and then we get a third of them wrong. It was a good play by the third baseman of the Chiba Lotte Marines, Taiga Hirasawa, to be able to field the ball, first of all, on the short hop, and then to be able to maintain his ground to be able to apply the tag. The third base umpire was right on top of the call, and here comes the call. And they've called him safe. And I don't think Aguchi is very happy about that one. Not at all. So they did call him safe. So we should have maybe stayed with our first one. But when I saw the secondary angle, I thought for sure there was something different. And that is going to bring a conference out to the mound. And they're going to talk about the situation here. They've got Yoshida has now been put on. It is an intentional walk. So they've now just held up the 4 fingers and said, put Yoshida on. He's now the runner at first base. Alexander, like it says, it's going to be a long night. I think it's already a long night, Alexander. That brings Yuma Mune to the plate with runners on the corners. So Mune steps up to the dish. The Buffaloes are looking to cash a run in here to tie the game. They've had their opportunities, and they were able to claw back in the 5th inning against Sasaki. They stranded a runner in the last inning. They stranded a couple of runners back in the 4th inning. This might be the time for a clutch hit, and the first pitch is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1. Tonight in this ball game so far, they have stranded 7 runners on base through the first 6 innings. There's something that's going to come back to haunt the Buffaloes. It'll be their clutch hitting or lack of it. So no balls and 1 strike to Mune. And here comes the 0-1. They kick and deliver. It is a split finger swung on and missed, and that runs the count to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Mune. Mune tonight is officially 0 for 3. He popped out to first. He's bounced into a fielder's choice, and he has struck out. And he's in the hole here at 0-2. So Mune batting from the left side against the right-hander Tanaka. Tanaka gets the sign from his catcher Matsukawa, and he's ready to go back to work. He holds set at the chest. He kicks and fires. There is a fastball that swung on and grounded foul. And the count is 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. So no balls and 2 strikes. Mune waiting at the plate. And here comes the offering. It is a fastball that is swung on and just zings by the first base coach's box. And that is going to keep the count at no balls and 2 strikes. As we said, it's going to be, or it's looking like it's going to be a long night tonight. No balls and 2 strikes to Mune. The Buffaloes are threatening here in their last half of the 7th inning. They've got runners on the corners. The runner at third is Sano. The runner at first is Yoshida. And here comes the 0-2 pitch to Mune. Tanaka holds at the chest. And instead, he looks over to first base and steps off the rubber and fakes a throw. So no balls and 2 strikes. So here comes the pitch. It is a fastball down. Off to second goes Yoshida. It was a delayed steal, and he is able to swipe the bag. There is no throw from the catcher. And that is going to run the count now to 1-2 to Mune. So that takes away the possibility of a force out somewhere. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mune. And now he steps out as the umpire has given time. Now we're ready to get this one back underway. Mune steps in. He's waiting on the offering from the right-hander Tanaka. And Tanaka delivers. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tanaka gets the sign from his catcher. Mune digs in. He waits on the offering. This is the 21st pitch of the inning by the right-hander Tanaka. And this is down, and skipping rope and out of the way is Mune. The home plate umpire feels that he's been hit, and he's awarding him first base. Or at least he pointed toward first base, but now it looks like that maybe he's not. I don't know. We're going to have to come back and look at this. So the ball was in the dirt. Mune has to skip rope. That ball does not appear to hit Mune. Originally, the home plate umpire was ready to award him first base, but it looked like Mune said, no, I wasn't hit. I wouldn't blame him either. I want to swing the bat. So 3 balls and 2 strikes, and Mune is going to get some pine tar here, the spray variety, to make sure that his bat has got some grip to it. He's going to dig himself back in here in just a moment. And here comes the 3-2 offering from Tanaka. Normally we get what I like to call a very quick pace of play in the NPB. Tonight is probably not one of those nights. So here comes the pitch. And there is a fastball that swung on and fouled away. It's going to reach the temporary seating over on the first base side. Alexander Leggett says he wished he had some popcorn. This is getting good. Well, I can say this, that I don't know if it's the popcorn. We might wish we had something else. Maybe this game should be sponsored by Bacardi, because it's taken a little while for it to be played here. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. And Tanaka kicks and fires. It is a fastball that misses outside, and that is going to load the bases, as again they are full of Buffaloes. That is slated to bring up the catcher Yuma Tongu. And again, we've got a conference on the mound here, as all the infielders for the Marines have gone out to talk to their pitcher, Tanaka. We're going to see if that's going to bring out the pitching coach. Usually the pitching coach will come sprinting out. But the Orix Buffaloes look like they're moving a pinch hitter on deck. We'll see if it is going to be Breivik Valera who is coming on to hit. And that's exactly who it is. He's going to hit for the catcher, Tongu, the former Toronto Blue Jay. Is getting called upon here in the 7th inning to come to bat. So Breivik Valera in an important situation with the bases loaded. He's batting 148 on the season. And the first offering is a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Valera. Valera got the day off today from the starting lineup. He does have a home run and 4 RBIs on the season. But much like a lot of the hitters in the Pacific League, the bats are cold this year. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 2-0. So there's nowhere to put him. The right-hander for the Marines has got to give him something good to hit, and it's got to come now. So 2 balls and no strikes. So Valera digs in. He's ready to face the offering from the right-hander Tanaka. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It's grounded to the right side. A nice diving stop by Nakamura. He throws to first, and they get a sliding Valera who goes head first into the bag. And they're going to want to look at this on the replay for sure, because this one may be overturned. But we're going to hold tight for just a moment here. Nakamura dove to his left into the 4-hole. He got up and he threw to first. Valera was getting down the line. He went head first into the base. The umpire ruled him out. We're going to take a look to see, as we said tonight, so far we're 2 for 3, and that's pretty much what our season story has been. The throw to first base, did it get there in time? Oh boy, this is going to be a tough one. The angle that we just saw, it is hard to tell. We can't really tell if Valera got there or not. We're going to have to get a different angle on that one. I don't even know if the secondary angle that we saw is going to tell us the whole story. Can't see if his left hand got to the bag. The second angle that we saw, which was the original angle, I don't think that he's going to get there. Here comes another angle. I don't know if this one will be more definitive or not. Valera gets down the line pretty good as he slides into the bag. That angle, I would say he didn't get it. But here comes the call from the umpire, and the ruling is it's going to stand. He is out. That's going to go down as a ground out, 4-3 for the third out of the inning. And that is going to do it. Well, the Buffaloes strand 3. That seems to be the story so far tonight. There were no runs. There were no hits, no errors, and 3 left the board. We're now through 7 complete. It is Chiba Lotte Marines 3, the Orix Buffaloes 2. Stick around. We'll be right back in just a minute. And that's what it is. Alexander Leggett says clean out to him. And that is what it ends up being, a clean out. We'll be right back in just a moment, everybody. Here's our friend Steve again.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a pitching change for the Orix Buffaloes. It is going to be number 59 into the ball game, and that is going to be Claudio Vargas, as he is taking over here. And the first pitch is a fastball to Leonis Martin, taken for a ball, and the count is 1-0. So Vargas into the game for the Buffaloes. He's a right-hander who is working against Leonis Martin, and there is a fastball swung out. It is popped up softly over to second base. It's fielded by the bare hand of the second baseman. And it is thrown over to first, and the craziness continues. If you get a chance to get the Instagram maybe later here, go check out what's going on in this game here. Leonis Martin has just picked himself a AstroTurf single. That ball there was fielded by the second baseman, Rio Adachi, and he tried to shovel it over to first. It was not in time, but we're going to watch the highlight again. The ball ended up being hit. It was a pop-up, sort of a shallow little pop on the fist over the head of the pitcher. They were playing so deep in the infield, the ball got down on the turf. It took a crazy hop and a spin. Adachi tries to catch it on one hop, and he throws while he's in the air to first. And beating it out safely was Martin, and now he will be out of the ballgame for a pinch runner. And that brings up Brandon Laird. So craziness all around here. Laird tonight is officially 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch, and he walked and scored a run earlier in the ballgame. And here comes the 1-0 offering. It is a breaking ball that is outside, but they say the home plate umpire says that he went. And the count now goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. So if you get a chance to see that, that was absolute insanity. So here comes the 1-1. So I guess Leonis Martin will take his hits any way he can get them right now. There's a fastball swung on. It's fouled off of the catcher. It's going to make the count at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here comes the offering from Vargas, and it is a split finger pitch down. Off to the races goes the pinch runner, and they're going to nail him. That looks like it is Yudai Fujioka, but we're going to have to double check on that one because, as we said, it actually was Fujiwara, the pinch runner. He gets hosed at second. That's Kyota Fujiwara, who came in to pinch run for the right fielder, Leonis Martin, and he gets nailed at second base. So Fujiwara is put out, caught stealing, 2-6. As we're back to the live action, there's a chopper that gets over the head of Vargas. It's fielded barehanded by the second baseman, Adachi. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Laird on a ground out, 4-3. We almost had a very similar play, except this one was a chopper over the head of the pitcher, much like that one a couple of moments ago that was a little bit of a looper that was over the head. But Adachi made a similar type of play. He fields it barehanded, throws off one leg, and he's able to retire Laird on the ground out, 4-3. That's going to leave it up to Koki Yamaguchi. And the first pitch to Yamaguchi is swung on. It's grounded to third. This is going to be a quick inning. Mune fields it. He throws on the run, and that is going to do it. It's a ground out, 5-3. And just like that, that inning is over very, very quickly. There were no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. We are now through 7.5 innings. It is the Chiba Lotte Marines 3, the Orix Buffaloes 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with the call of the bottom of the 8th inning. Hang tight. We'll be right back out.
Well, you got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Welcome back, everybody. The pitching parade for the Chiba Lotte Marines is going to continue. It is going to be Yuji Nishino. He's coming in to work the 8th inning here. So Nishino coming in. And we would anticipate that possibly Masuda would work the 9th. There are all kinds of changes defensively for the Chiba Lotte Marines. We'll have to get those for you as it moves along. We have all kinds of stuff that is happening now. It's supposed to be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters in the Orix batting order coming up. That means Sugimoto, Kita, and Adachi. We'll see if that is going to hold true as Sugimoto steps in. He is officially 1 for 2 today. He singled and stole a base. He was hit by a pitch. And he reached on an error, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled away over on the first base side. The count quickly is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Sugimoto digs in. He's waiting on the offering from the right-hander. There is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is hit down the right field line, and it looks like it's going to enter into the seats. Nishino's breaking ball was hit a long way, but not long enough. Certainly not straight enough, and the count is 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. It was kind of interesting today at the kids' game that I was at. There was a foul ball that hit a woman that was walking by, an elderly lady. It's kind of sad, actually. And there was a split-finger pitch swung on and missed. And the count that is going to retire Sugimoto for the first out of the inning. You know, when people walk by baseball diamonds, they really don't have their wherewithal. They don't understand that balls could leave the playing surface. Could be foul balls or could be stuff that's there. And, you know, certainly the way parks are designed, when you put a high pedestrian traffic pass that goes right next to a ball diamond, you got to be able to, people, when a game is going on, they need to be aware of their surroundings. There's a first pitch breaking ball that's down, and the count is 1-0. Kids, the parents, everybody is yelling to the person that's walking, and they still don't know. So 1 ball and no strikes to Kita. Kita tonight is 0 for 3. He has struck out twice. There's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count goes to 2-0. Alexander Leggett said we had a softball team at our hotel. They said the same thing happened. You know, it's crazy. And you call out to people, heads up or look out, and you give them warning, and they just are oblivious to what's happening. There's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count now goes to 3-0. That's why when I was a young child, when my parents would take me to a baseball game at 7, 8, and 9, I was there to watch the game. They were also smart enough to say, we don't want to sit so close to the action that could endanger a child to a line drive. There wasn't the netting that there is today, and there's a fastball that misses outside Nikita. He is aboard with a 1-out walk here. So it's just judgment of those people that are around that have to have the foresight to say, hey, look, we got to be able to keep this away. So this is going to bring up Ryo Adachi to the plate. He is 1 for 3. Made some sparkling plays in the last inning at second base. He singled and scored a run in the 5th. He grounded out in the 2nd and lined out in the 6th inning. So 1 for 3 tonight for Adachi. And here comes the offering from the right-hander Nishino, and it is a breaking ball that misses outside. The count is 1-0. He was sort of begging for that last pitch, but to no avail. The top of the order, Shuhei Fukuda, is waiting his turn on deck. And here comes the offering. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul into the seats behind the first base dugout. The count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Alexander Leggett says, I could offer to be a co-commentator. Too bad the shift ends at 11. Yeah, and sometimes I can't quite plan out to everything. Friday night is going to be the only night I'm going to be able to do a NPB game next week. I probably could do a game on the Friday. That's the Saturday games for the NPB. The Sunday game, not going to be able to do it. I've got to get up at about 4:30 or 5 in the morning because I have to get over to the island. And so, unfortunately, that is going to be washed out for next weekend. I'll try to do a couple of MLB games in the week. There's a fastball swung on. This is hit up the middle. It's going to get into center field. Fielded by the new center fielder who's come into the game, Fujiwara. That is a base hit single, and the Buffaloes again have something going here in their half of the inning. That is going to bring up the center fielder, Shuhei Fukuda. So we've got a couple of nights that we're going to be looking at the long-term scheduling here. Monday and Tuesday, we're not going to call anything. We are going to have the Golden Week games when they start up in another week or two. The NPB, we're looking forward to that because we can call the games during the week at 10 o'clock North American time on the west coast of the United States and Canada. It'll be I believe the first week of May. So it'll be a full stretch of games during the week that will all begin at 10 o'clock Pacific time or 1 a.m. Eastern. There is the first pitch breaking ball that catches the outside corner to Fukuda, and the count is quickly 0-1. For Fukuda today, he's been on base 3 times. He singled in the first. He was thrown out at the plate to end the inning, or to be the second out of the inning back in the first inning. He was hit by a pitch. He walked, and he's grounded out to second. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It's grounded. A beautiful play by the first baseman ranging to his right. They get the force at second, but the speedy Fukuda will beat it out. It's going to be a fielder's choice. 3-6 to retire Adachi at second. Advancing to third is Kita. And safe at first is Fukuda on that fielder's choice, and that's going to bring up the designated hitter spot. I'll be interested to see who is going to get a chance to swing the bat here. It was Nishino who was hitting earlier, and then they brought in Sano. Kodai Sano came in to pinch run. We're going to find out if Sano is still in the ballgame. And that's exactly who it is. Kodai Sano steps up to the plate. We're going to have to keep our eyes on the Buffaloes to see if they have any shenanigans going on. Sano on the season entered tonight hitting .348 with a couple of homers and 6 RBIs. And here comes the first pitch. It is a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Sano stole a couple of bases in the 7th inning, but he was not able to come around and score. So he's got some wheels. So here comes the 1-0 offering from the right-hander, who kicks and delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Sano. Sano digs in on the left side, waiting for the offering from the right-hander Nishino. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. It is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. Runs the count to 1-2. As we mentioned earlier, the tale of this game is going to be, if the Buffaloes lose this one, it's going to be a game of lost opportunity and lack of clutch hitting. So far through the first 7 innings, they have stranded 10 runners on base. Right now, they've got runners on the corner. Check that. Fukuda has taken a second base with a stolen base. I don't think they ruled that defensive indifference. So runners on second and third. has taken away the force. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. And it is a split finger pitch that is swung on. Sano loses the bat. The bat goes all the way out to second base. The bat is fielded by Nakamura, but he is retired on strikes for out number 3. And that's going to leave 12 players now stranded by the Buffaloes on base. They had no runs in the inning. There was 1 hit. There were no errors and 2 runners left aboard. We are now through 8 complete. It is the Chiba Lotte Marines 3, the Orix Buffaloes 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments. We're glad you guys could be with us to stick this one out. We'll be back in just a few. Here is our friend Steve again.
Domo arigato. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I'm new at this. Thank you for watching Last Raps Baseball. Tell all your friends and family to come check him out, ask some questions during the telecast, and give him a good sub and a thumbs up. And this is Steve coming back at you, and some new things on my channel. Star Wars figures that everybody likes. We have Mad magazines from the 1970s. We try to avoid the Noid. And for your pleasure, once in a while, we can open up Michael Jackson if you want, the cards. We have Elvis. We have Sadahar O. We love everything that is everything, so we even have the Beatles fighting with lightsabers. Look at that, John and George. Once in a while, we'll even have my brother take over my channel on a Tuesday. So once again, everybody tell your friends, come see Freddie at Last Raps Baseball. And right now, I'm going to kick it right back to you, Freddie.
Appreciate you, Steve. And we're back to the live action here as Vargas is going to stay on the mound here for his second inning of work for the Buffaloes. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses down. For ball 1, it is Taiga Hirasawa, Ko Matsukawa, and Ryusi Ogawa slated to be the hitters here in the top of the 9th inning. There's the fastball that misses outside, and that is now going to run the count to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. The game itself has been kind of slow, but the in-between innings have been quick. They don't waste a whole lot of time here in the Japanese League. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count goes to 3-1. It's kind of funny. We set up our little infomercials in between the innings. And in North America, we can't run them enough. We usually get time for an infomercial, a song, and maybe even another song. In Japan, you barely got time for 1 infomercial. And there's a fastball swung on. This ball is hit foul down the right field line. It's going to run the count 3-2 to Hirasawa. So 3 balls and 2 strikes is the count. Hirasawa digs in, rating on the offering from the right-hander Vargas, who kicks and fires. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 3-2. Vargas is on in his second inning of relief here. He has started some games for the Buffaloes. Cesar Vargas. I think I called him Claudio earlier by mistake, and there is a breaking ball that misses inside. And Hirasawa is aboard with a leadoff walk here in the 9th inning. That is going to bring up Ko Matsukawa. This is the 5th appearance for Vargas this year. He's fared much better than he did last season. Entering the ball game tonight, he has pitched in 9 innings. And we do have a pinch runner at first base as Oka is in to pinch run for Hirasawa. Vargas is 0-1 on the season. He's pitched in 9 innings. He's allowed 9 hits. Here comes the pitch. It's delivered to the catcher, Matsukawa, who bunts it right back to the pitcher. He fields it. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Matsukawa on a bunt, and it is going to be a sacrifice, 1-3 for out number 1, and that is going to bring up the shortstop, or scheduled to bring up the shortstop, Ryusi Ogawa. I'll be curious to see if we're going to have a pinch hitter here, as Leonis Martinez left the game. One would think this could be Edney Hechavarria time. We'll see what the manager, Gucci, has decided. It is going to be a pinch hitter, but it is certainly not going to be either of those two that I just mentioned. We'll have to get the spec for you on a moment here. And the first pitch is a split finger that misses down for ball one. Looks like it is Toshiya Sato who's into pinch hit here. So Toshiya Sato into the ball game. So Sato, normally the catcher. The pitch is delivered. It is swung on. It is grounded through the 4-hole into right field. They have to throw on the brakes as Oka is going to stop at third. That is a nice play by the right fielder, Kita, who came up throwing and threw a bullet right towards the plate. But that is going to keep Hirasawa at third. It is a single for Sato. And that is going to bring out the pitching coach and the interpreter as they're going to come out and talk to Cesar Vargas. The top of the order, Akito Takabe, is supposed to be coming up next. They're going to talk a little bit of strategy here with their right-hander. Vargas is... You always get yourself in trouble when you have a leadoff walk in the inning. That's exactly what happened. And then they bunt him over to second. Now he's Oka, who is now the pinch runner, was in scoring position. So they got runners on the corners, and that's going to bring up Akito Takabe. Takabe tonight is 1 for 4. He doubled home a couple of runs back in the second inning. He's also grounded out twice and struck out tonight. So Takabe comes up to the plate. He bats from the left side against the hard-throwing right-hander Cesar Vargas. We had mentioned earlier about the attendance. I haven't seen the attendance yet in this one, but the upper deck and the outfield is quite sparse. The lower deck and the secondary concourse level has good seating. There's a first pitch that is a fastball delivered, taken for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Takabe. Be curious to see if the Marines decide to put something on here. So here comes the 0-1 pitch. A kick and fire. It's a fastball swung on, is grounded up the middle. It's going to get through into center field. And that is going to be an RBI single for Takabe. And that's going to extend the Marines' lead to 4-2. It'll advance Sato over to second. But another RBI, that's the third of the ball game for Takabe. Makes the Marines now up 4-2. And as I said before, it's going to be a game of lost opportunity for the Buffaloes if they're not able to come back and tie it or to win it here, as they had stranded 12 runners on base through their 7 innings. And here comes the pitch. Squaring to bunt is the batter Wada, and he takes it for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. There were thoughts by the catcher about possibly going backdoor, but that didn't happen. So no balls and 1 strike. And here comes the pitch. And that is a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Vargas holds set, and he's ready to go back to work. He kicks and delivers. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And now the count goes to 1-2 on Wada. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Vargas gets the sign from his catcher. He's ready to go back to work. He holds set at the chest. He kicks and fires, and there is a split finger pitch that swung on and missed. And Wada goes down on strikes for out number 2 here in the 9th inning. Wada, who started the game with a couple of base knocks, has now struck out his last 3 times up. And he is gone for the second out of the inning, and that's going to leave it all up to the captain, Shogo Nakamura. On that last one, the runner Takabe is over at second base. He is now in scoring position. So here comes the pitch to Nakamura. That's a fastball swung on. This ball is driven over the head of Yoshida in left field. That ball is going to get off the wall. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. And that is going to increase the lead to 6-3 as Nakamura has just hit a 2-run double. And the Marines are piling it on here in the 9th inning. But the score line now 6-3 for the Chiba Lotte Marines over the Orix Buffaloes. So one would have to think that the Buffaloes' chances or wasted chances will come back to haunt them. It's a 6-2 lead. We are going to have a pitching change. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment. We'll get you all those specs after this as the Buffaloes are going to the bullpen and Vargas is going to the showers.
Good evening, sports fans. I hope you all have been enjoying the game. This is just another message from another Hollis build. I hope that your team is in the lead, but if not, remember, that's life. That's what all the people say. You're riding high in April, shot down in May. But you know I'm gonna change that tune. When I'm back on top in June. I said that's life, and as funny as it may seem, some people get their kicks stomping on my team, but I don't let it get me down. 'Cause this fine old world, it keeps spinning around. I hope you enjoy the rest of the game, and if it remains the same, remember, that's life. You want your fill? Go check another Hollis build on YouTube. Last Raps Baseball. Let's get back to the game. Let's go! You know that's life. You know it. One love and peace.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to see a pitching change. It is going to be Koki Saito in relief. The left-hander is coming in to face the number 4 hitter in the batting order, which is now Kyoto Fujiwara. So left-hander against the left-hander, and he's ready to go to work. Saito is the 4th pitcher used by the Buffaloes, and there's a fastball that misses off the outside corner, and the count is quickly 1-0. Fujiwara entered the ball game as a pinch runner for Leonis Martin back in the 8th inning. He is not had any at-bat yet. He was erased on a caught stealing attempt in the last inning. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. The reliever, Saito, has appeared in 4 ball games this year for the Buffaloes. He's worked 2 2/3 innings, allowing a couple of hits, a couple of walks, and striking out 3. He has conceded 3 runs, all earned, and his ERA is a fluffed up 10.13. So here comes the 2-0 pitch. A kick and deliver. There is a fastball taken for a called strike. Count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. And here we go, ready to go back to work. And here comes the 2-1 pitch. Saito delivers. It is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count goes to 2-2. Just as a reminder, if you get a chance to go and look at the out-of-town stuff, we've got Alex in the house. Appreciate you being here, as is Troy. Troy, thanks for coming in. It's 2-2. We're here in the top of the 9th inning. With 2 away, here comes the 2-2 pitch. And Fujiwara is waiting on the offering. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. It's been a very, very interesting ball game here. It's 3.5 hours almost in the books. And there's been a lot of crazy happenings in this one. This is the kind of game where you probably want not just popcorn, but you've probably gone through nachos, hot dogs, and a whole lot of other stuff. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. There is a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. They throw it down to first, and they're going to get the runner. That is going to retire Fujiwara, and a strikeout 2-3. But there was a damage done here in the 9th inning, and lots of it. There were 3 runs in the inning, and there was 3 hits. There were no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 8.5 innings. It is a 6-2 lead. We'll be back in just a couple minutes, everybody. Thanks for being here with us. We're going to bring this one home after this. Hold tight. Welcome back, everybody. We had a couple of games to wrap up from our Major League Baseball out-of-town scoreboard. The Baltimore Orioles won their 6th game of the season, knocking off the Los Angeles Angels today, 5-4. Baker got the win. Loop took the loss. Lopez got the 4th save of the year for the Orioles. And the other game that we had our eyes on earlier, the Seattle Mariners knocked off the Kansas City Royals 13-7. Diego Castillo got the win in relief for the M's. He's 1-0. Bryce Brents takes the loss. He's 0-3. It was a 13-7 victory for the Mariners. As we come back to this one, it is Masuda coming on in relief here in the 9th inning. It's no longer a safe situation as they do have a 4-run lead. He is the closer. And so he is looking to finish it off here for the Chiba Lotte Marines. He is going to be the 5th pitcher used of the evening as he is coming on in relief. Masuda, this is Naoya Masuda. He is pretty much low 3/4, almost sidearm. And he is ready to take over. There are some changes defensively for the Marines. As we say, sometimes we can't get all those for you as quickly. We'll give them to you as they are available to us. So coming up for the Orix Buffaloes, it is going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in their order. That means it's Kitaro Kobayashi, Masataka Yoshida, and Yuma Mune. Our friend Troy says he's got a towel from the carp. That's weird, is that the towel has a carp pick on it, but it also has a Pokemon Gyarados on it. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. Well, I've got a Hiroshima Toyo carp pencil case. It just says carp on it. I got that when I was in Tokyo. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. There's a fastball ticket for a called strike. Count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Masuda holds the ball at the belt. He rocks into the motion and he kicks and fires. There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike. The count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. Masuda kicks and fires. It's a fastball swung on. It's driven foul. It's into the seats over on the first baseline. The count goes to 1-2. Back to Troy for a second about the Pokemon. Sometimes they obviously have giveaways or different types of promos like they do in North America, where they partner with things. When I stayed in Japan, my first 2 times I stayed there, it's kind of interesting. I stayed about a block down from Bandai. Bandai is the creator of Pokemon, and they've got all kinds of other different ones, Ultraman. And then literally across the way was Epic. And Epic does, of course, the board games. They do the baseball cards. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. And here comes the pitch. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 2-2. So as I say, like sometimes there may be a partnership with the organization and something else as part of a giveaway. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's never easy when Masuda is on the mound. He never makes a save look easy, although he does rack them up each year. This is not the save situation. So here's a fastball swung on. It is lined right to the second baseman, Nakamura. Kobayashi hit that one right on the screws, but he hits it right to the second baseman for the first out of the inning. That is going to bring up Masataka Yoshida. For Yoshida tonight, he is 2 for 2. He singled in the first and doubled, knocked home a run in the 5th. He also walked in the 4th and was intentionally walked in the 7th. So he steps up to the plate. Troy says the picks are on the towel. Picks on the towel aren't the same colors, but they're drawn the same. Interesting. So here comes the first pitch. It is a fastball taken at the knees for a called strike. Count is 0-1 to Yoshida. Yoshida is batting .253 on the season now, or he actually entered tonight batting .253. He's pulled his average up on the season. There's a fastball swung on. This is grounded through the 4-hole into right field. And Yoshida is aboard with a 1-out single here, so the Buffaloes are not dead yet. It's the 3rd hit of the ballgame for Yoshida, so he raised his average 20 points. We'll see if it raises another 10 more on that one. So that's the Masataka Yoshida that we've been used to seeing in the Japanese League. It's going to bring up the schedule to bring up the 3rd baseman, Yuma Mune. We'll see if the Buffaloes have decided to go to the bench yet. But nope, it's still Mune. Yoshida establishes his lead at first. And here comes the first pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed. And the count quickly goes to 0-1 on Mune. And there is a fastball swung on. This ground is grounded through the hole in the right side of the infield, and Mune has got himself a base hit single. So the Buffaloes aren't quite dead yet. They've got runners on first and second. As Mune has singled, Yoshida advances to second. We're going to see what that's going to bring up to the plate as they have gone to the bench here. It is Wakatsuki, who was now the catcher, who brings to the plate a .080 batting average. As Breivik Valera had pinched it for the starter Tongu. So let's see if the Buffaloes are going to make a move here, and they are. They're going to bring up the pinch hitter and the import player, Rangel Ravello. So Ravello comes up to the plate, and he is looking to do some damage here. He's only got 1 home run on the season. So Rangel Ravello in the ballgame. He's waiting on the first offering from Masuda, and there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Ravello. Our friend Alexander Leggett says they were hunted to extinction by the Marines. Yeah, we did say an 0.80 batting average. The batting averages here in the Pacific League are absolutely appalling this year. Anybody that is playing regular has not got much of an average. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-1. When I look at some of the batting averages in North America, I think it's quite possibly because of the lack of spring training. Well, you can't say that in Japan. I've had a ton of opportunity in Japan. So here comes the 1-1 pitch as Ravello waits on the offering from Masuda. 1 swing of the bat can tie the ball game here, and we'll just keep this one going. So here's the 1-1 pitch. It's a fastball swung on. It's grounded foul just past the first base bag. That ball was struck viciously by Ravello. And to answer Troy's question, yeah, it is 0.80 on the batting average. I thought we would call this game here, 1, because it was Roki Sasaki getting the start. 2, because we thought this game would probably end fairly early. But we might have been better off calling one of those 10 o'clock games. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on. It's grounded. It's going to get through the 4-hole into right field, and that is going to load the bases as Ravello has got a seeing eye single into right field. And the bases are full of Buffaloes again here. And that is supposed to bring up the first baseman, Yataro Sugimoto. So hold your seats, everybody. This one isn't done yet. Despite the fact that people are leaving our video or our call of the game from earlier on when we had a pile of people in here. So this game is not dead yet. 1 swing of the bat, and this score line will turn upside down, and the Buffaloes would win it. So the big fellow Yataro Sugimoto steps to the plate. He's got a base hit. He was been hit by a pitch. He's also reached on an error and struck out tonight. He's batting .115 on the season. He is 9 for 78. And here comes the first pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded foul just past the bag at third base. The count is quickly 0-1. So the crowd is in a festive mood now. They're chanting. They're on their feet. Alexander Leggett said at this point they shouldn't even think of a pinch hitter. Be curious to see what they're going to be thinking of after Sugimoto. Sugimoto can run into a ball here. I would probably think that the next hitter, Kita, would be the one who could potentially be pinch hit for, but Adachi, I would let him swing the bat because he's had a pretty nice night tonight. So here comes the 0-1 pitch. Masuda gets the sign from his catcher. Matsukawa, and he's ready to go back to work. He holds at the belt. The bases are full of Buffaloes. There's a breaking ball that misses outside. The count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Sugimoto is in a clutch situation. There's really been no balls that were in danger of going out. There's been no home runs in tonight's ball game. As we said, that there seems to be a power outage in the Pacific League this year. Just not enough home runs, and certainly the Buffaloes are a part of that power outage. And here's the 1-1 pitch. It is a breaking ball that is waved at and missed. Made Sugimoto look sick on that one. The count now is at 1-2. And just to give you some perspective, the Buffaloes this year in 23 games as a team have only hit 6 home runs. So the odds are not in the favor of the Buffaloes to put one out of the park here. But we've seen some strange things tonight. Who knows what's going to happen? So here comes the 1-2 pitch. Masuda gets the sign from his catcher, Matsukawa, and he now comes set at the belt. The bases are loaded, and here comes the 1-2 pitch. And he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on and ground foul. It's past the box at third base, and the count remains at 1-2 strikes. So 1-2 strikes to Sugimoto. The right fielder, Kita, waits on deck, but we would anticipate there probably could be a pinch hitter here. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Sugimoto digs in. He's waiting on the offering from the right-hander, Masuda. Masuda has already delivered 18 pitches in the inning. Here comes number 19. He kicks and he fires. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and that's going to run the count to 2-2. So 2 strikes. One thing we haven't seen yet are the full counts that Masuda usually can go to. That's what we were saying earlier about the offerings not quite being the same. So 2 strikes here to Sugimoto. The bases are full of Buffaloes. Yoshida's at third. Mune's at second. Ravello's at first. Sugimoto at the plate here with a 2-2 count. So here comes the offering from Masuda. Nowhere to put him. You don't want to get to 3-2, but instead Masuda steps off the back of the rubber. We're going to do this all over again. So we certainly didn't think it would come to this. There were so many chances through this ballgame for the Buffaloes to score. As we said, 12 runners stranded in the first 8 innings of the game. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. Its tap foul. What else does this crazy game have in store for us tonight? Well, we're about to find out. Seen a lot of nutty things early on in this one with all those replays, all the overturned calls, a great start to the first inning. So 2 strikes. Now the home plate umpire is calling out for the conference to be broken up. It's the one thing you do not see. You don't see the home plate umpires go out and break up conferences. They kind of give the signal, and the second base umpire steps in to get that broken up. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. Sugimoto digs in. Masuda gets his sign from his catcher. And he's ready to deliver the pitch. Holds set at the belt. Now he kicks and fires. There's a fastball that misses outside. That's going to run the count to 3-2. So 3 balls and no strikes. Definitely nowhere to put Sugimoto. So 3 balls and 2 strikes now, and we're ready to go back to this one again. Masuda certainly doesn't want to walk him, because that's going to bring in a run. So here comes the 3-2. Masuda kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. And the battle is going to continue. This is going to be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Sugimoto is definitely not dead yet. It almost looked like it was a split finger pitch, but because he throws off a low 3/4, that ball really kind of almost dives and moves right to left from the delivery of Masuda. It's got a very strange way of which it goes toward the hitter. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. Sugimoto waits. Right-hander Masuda comes set at the belt. Andrew Leggett says he's sweating it out. He kicks and delivers, and it is a breaking ball swung on and fouled straight back. And again, the battle is going to continue. This is going to be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. And the 24th pitch of the inning upcoming for Masuda. So the sometimes stoic crowd in Osaka is definitely making noise. They're clapping. They're not on their feet. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. Sugimoto again digs in. And here comes the offering from the right-hander Masuda. There's a breaking ball swung on. This is lifted into deep center field. Coming back in front of the warning track and making the catch. As the center fielder, he fires it back in. Tagging at third and scoring is Yoshida. It's going to claw one run back. It's a sacrifice fly for Sugimoto. He's going to get himself an RBI. That is going to bring 2 outs now to the table for the Buffaloes. They're down to their last at bat as there is 2 on and 2 away here in the 9th inning. So Yoshida scores. It's supposed to bring up the right fielder Ryota Kita. We're going to see if the Buffaloes are making a change here. As we said, Kita has a pretty ugly looking batting average, but we'll see what they've decided to do. Yumamune did tag and advance to third. But it is going to be Kita swinging the bat. They're going to entrust this ball game for him to keep it alive. He is 0 for 3 tonight. He struck out twice. He has bounced into a fielder's choice. And he has walked. And here comes the first pitch. It is a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. And the count is quickly 0-1. Alexander Leggett says, I thought Hanshin was in Osaka. Yes, they are. So are the Orix Buffaloes. The Orix Buffaloes play at the Osaka Dome, which is where this game is being played. The Hanshin Tigers play at the Koshin, the other side of the river. There is a fastball that swung on and it's check swing foul, and the count goes to 0-2. Buffalo's team is a merge from a number of years ago, or a combination of the Kintetsu Buffaloes and the Orix Blue Wave. They became as one. The Orix Blue Wave, of course, was where Ichiro Suzuki was probably the most famous player to the North Americans. The Kintetsu Buffaloes had former Phillies manager Charlie Manuel played there back in the 70s. There is a fastball delivered. And they say that it is a ball. They appeal down to the third base umpire, but he said he didn't go, and the count's 1-2. The Orix Buffaloes are actually right in Osaka, whereas the Hanshin Tigers are just a little bit outside. I say they might be more in I would say possibly maybe about a 10-minute train ride, 15, maybe more, maybe a 20-minute train ride from Osaka Station. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. Count is 1-2. To get to the Koshin, I think it's about 20 minutes from Osaka Station. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. I'd have to go back and take a look at my timing. Maybe it was 25. But everything is fairly close. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Buffaloes are down to their final strike. Sasaki is in line for the win here. And here comes the 1-2 from Masuda. And it's a fastball swung on and missed. And that is going to do it here for this one. The Buffaloes, they make it entertaining in the 9th inning. They got a run back. There were 3 hits in the inning. So 1 run on 3 hits. There were no errors and 2 runners left aboard. Your final score is the Chiba Lotte Marines 6, the Orix Buffaloes 3. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. We're going to wrap it up. We'll go look at the out-of-town scoreboard. I'll tell you what's coming up, and then we'll call it a night. Here's our friend Steve again.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have Lira. We have Yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Thanks again, Steve. We're going to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. All the other games are still underway. First look at the Pacific League. The top of the 8th inning, the Saitama Cebu Lions have a 5-2 lead over the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. In the bottom of the 7th inning, the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks are laying it to the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. It is 9-2 for Fukuoka. Over in the Central League, the Yokohama Dana Bay Stars and the Hiroshima Toyo Carp are knotted up at 3. Game started the same time as ours did here, but that game is now carrying on into the 10th. In the top of the 9th inning, the Chinichi Dragons are clinging to a 7-6 lead over the Amuri Giants. And the other game will get going at 5 o'clock Eastern or 2 a.m. Pacific. The Hanshin Tigers are playing the Tokyo Yakult Swallows. Game will get going a little bit later. So once again, everybody, we do appreciate everybody for tuning in. Just a couple of things to wrap up this game. The final attendance on this one was 28,967. It was a hearty crowd in Osaka to see the ball game. The match time was 3 hours and 51 minutes. Quite a bit to play here tonight. One of the longer games that we've had to witness, that's for sure. But we do appreciate everybody for being here and tuning in. Alexander Leggett, Troy, Big Ray, Chris the Hobbyist, everybody else who popped into the stream tonight. And we do appreciate you guys for being here. Unfortunately, we had the living room in here earlier as well. And like father, like son, we had to tap out of the stream for a little bit. Boxing and Bulldogs was here too. They said that we were cutting in a lot out of the stream. Unfortunately, we had to shut her down for a little bit. But your final score is the Chiba Lotte Marines 6, Orix Buffaloes 3. We'll be back a little bit later in the week. We're going to do a Major League game on Wednesday. Check the channel, and we will be back on Friday night for an NPB game. So hopefully you guys can stop in there. That's Friday North America for the Saturday Japan games. Poke at our schedule. We'll post up some stuff here in the next little bit. Once again, everybody, it's been another Last Raps Baseball video production. We hope you all have a great night. Come on back and see us again later.
All I want